Good morning from Willowmoore Park and the second day of the South Africa A versus Sri Lanka A 4-day match. And I'm Ken Borland, and a very great pleasure to have with me on commentary as we start the second day, Hussein Manik.
Good morning, Ken, and good morning to all our listeners and viewers out there, wherever you may be in the world. It's slightly overcast and gloomy, a little bit windy as well, Willowmoore Park, Benoni this morning. And as the players stroll out there, Neil Brunt batted quite beautifully yesterday. His skipper leading from the front, 122 not out he is.
Yeah, so South Africa A sent into bat by the tourists, made it to 316 for 7. As you said, Hussein, captain and opening bat, Neil Brunt leading the way. Wonderful, proper test innings, if you'd like to call it that, yesterday.
And it's good to see. I mean, that's really what this exercise is about. The South Africa A side playing, one level below test level. It's about really testing these players, putting them in a situation where they need to bat for long periods of time, spend time at the crease. And yesterday there was a situation where a lot of the other players got in and found a way to get out. So that's really, I think, what this whole exercise is about. And players like Brunt will be pretty pleased, and I'm pretty sure Shukri Conrad, the coach who's with the SA side, will be quite pleased with that type of innings as well.
Ehsan Malinga opens the bowling, and Neil Brunt straight away just off the mark for the day, nudging single there. Batting with him is Miguel Pretorius on 9 not out. Very capable with the bat. Last season he had a stupendous season with the bat, very high up in the 4-day averages. Quite the revelation as a bowling all-rounder.
Yeah, he's got 2 for 57, picked up 2 wickets yesterday. And we had a look at the pitch this morning, Ken, and I must say there's a nice green tinge on it. It actually looks beautiful for batting today. They say that yesterday it looked more spicy.
Nicely stroked away by Pretorius, so both South Africa batsmen underway today. Yeah, saying that I think everyone will agree that Sri Lanka perhaps made the wrong decision at the toss. They got here yesterday, there was a bit of moisture in there, the pitch was a bit soft. As you can see, it's got a well-grassed look to it, a bit of a green tinge. So I'm sure they thought sending South Africa A into bat that it would have done a bit more.
Correct. I mean, the other thing about a test wicket or pitch that needs to last for at least 4 days is down the leg side, and it won't be called a wide. We're so used to the T20s and the 50 overs being called wide down the leg side, but that's not wide enough to be called a leg side in a 4-day game. But I mean, the pitch needs to last for 4 days, so generally groundsmen will leave a little bit of moisture in it, which means it tends to be a little bit soft on the morning. So as a test opener, you're up against it that first morning. Your technique's going to get tested. Ball's going to be nipping and seaming, swinging around. You're going to have to really be nice and tight, and that's really what it is. It's about. And I suspect South Africa may have probably batted first as well. This is well defended by Brunt.
Yeah, we have pretty much had that confirmed, that the home side were happy to be batting, and I suppose in a sense they'll be less than happy that they ended up losing 7 wickets on the day. They were very well placed at one stage at 202 for 3 when Neil Brunt and Dewald Brevis were going great guns in a partnership of 98. So another single for Brunt into that vacant mid-wicket area. There's a man on the square leg boundary, which first over there I fancy is maybe a little bit conservative, unless you're going to bounce Brunt and try and get him out on the hook. But he's got a couple of very easy singles just to get underway today.
Agreed. I mean, sometimes bowlers enjoy having that man back to just discover in case they drift down the leg side, or perhaps maybe trying to get into the batter's head, maybe get him to think that the bowler may bowl a short ball and just keep his weight slightly on the back foot. Oh, that's a decent short ball. Is it going to be caught? Yes, it is. Now, was there glove? Was there bat? Or did it come off the shoulder? He's been given out.
No, I think
No?
they're calling the perhaps.
So something's happening. What's the signal?
I think he got. I think he dropped the gloves and the bat, but he certainly got struck on the head shoulder region, and I think umpire Palika has called
The physio.
the physio on to do the HIA.
That may have hit him on the head then.
Yeah, very steep bounce from not that short of a length. And Pretorius did well not to be able to hit wicket as well, hurdling the stumps there. Wow, well, that certainly took off. There's a bit of spice and...
Well, that will certainly get into the batter's head. That type of delivery will get into his head for sure. Here we go.
Another replay. Yeah, I think that got up very steeply from that length. It was...
It's also a little difficult to see from the angle we've got whether there was bat or shoulder, right shoulder or helmet. But I'm just suspecting because the umpires have called the physio out to do a concussion test, it may well have touched part of the helmet. But they will obviously play it safe, the umpires. That's according to the regulations now regarding concussion tests and every time a batter gets hit.
So it's if he wasn't awake before, he is now. Miguel Pretorius, early wake-up call in the first over of the day, but safely negotiated by South Africa, 318 for 7, as the action will now switch to the Harper Avenue end, and Mohammed Shiraz is taking the new ball from this end. I say new ball, it's only 8 overs old, so there will still be quite a bit of shine and a bit of seam there. Shiraz has got 2 slips at first and a third, pretty much. Tidy start. It's Wijasundara. You see who's no, he's got number 9 on his back, so I think it is Mohammed Shiraz, unless they've changed shirts. There's a pretty strong wind out there today, which perhaps just knocking the bowler off his stride a bit there. Again, Neil Brunty was very good in that area yesterday. Just steering balls square or just slightly behind square for singles.
So it is Wijasundara bowling, and it's going to be bowling over the wicket to the right hander and the left hander. Let's have a look at that field. It's got 2 slips, it's got a gully. It's interesting also that the point these days, and this seems to be, I saw this in the England Sri Lanka Test series as well, where Sri Lanka started also with a deep backward point on the boundary. So that whole area between gully and cover is vacant and almost like an easy single, you know. And there was that point made by a number of commentators about Joe Root and how easily he was just rotating strike and knocking balls into the gap all the time. So exactly the same thing here. There's now 1 slip and a gully, and between gully and cover, huge gap. This is driven straight to the man at cover. So now they've taken a slip out as well, Ken, and moved him into a short extra cover.
I think maybe they're trying to encourage the batter to go for that gap to instead of playing straight, because now there's a short cover in place, just try and open the blade a bit. Maybe play at balls outside off stump, which they normally wouldn't play at. Ooh, that's come back sharply. Right through him and almost through the wicketkeeper Vishad Randika as well. They couldn't have missed by too much.
That did nip back a little bit. Not too far from the stumps. Let's have a look at the replay. Wow, did nip back. So there's a little bit of spice in the morning here, some moisture perhaps. It's overcast. Are these swallows? What birds are these flying overhead here?
Pigeons.
Are they? They're all over the place. Quite a few as well. And this one into that gap we spoke about at point, but they don't take a single this time.
Sito Wijasundara, of course, was the destroyer of Kimberley. Superb second innings bowling, took 7 wickets to set up victory for Sri Lanka A in the first 4-day game. You'd expect the ball being fairly new and early morning and quite a decent grass covering that it is going to do a bit for this first hour or so.
How did he pick up his wickets in Kimberley, Ken? I mean, in that second innings, they bowled South Africa A out for what, about 150 or something? It was a low score, and I mean, that really won them the match. Do you remember? Because I mean, with one slip in a gully, he's not giving himself too many chances behind the wicket. And they play. We play so much these days. Generally, I'm talking from school level all the way up. There's an abundance of T20 cricket being played, and a lot of white ball cricket, 50 over cricket, etc. And not a lot of, up till you get to probably Colt's level, where cricket is age-wise probably about 20 or something like that. They don't really play many 2-day, 3-day, and 4-day cricket. It's mostly just white ball stuff. So batters grow up looking to try and rotate the strike. And there's an important point Shukri Conrad made earlier. We just had a little bit of a chat with him that you actually don't have to rotate the strike when you're playing test match cricket. You just got to play the waiting game.
Which Neil Brunt did beautifully yesterday, and that's a nice shot by Miguel Pretorius for 1. Yeah, absolutely. And just to answer your question on Wijasundara in Kimberley, he is the sort of paceman who bowls pretty straight, targets the stumps, and 5 of those 7 wickets were bowled or LBW.
Thank you for that, Ken. That's great feedback and good to know. And that also explains a lot, right? It explains a lot about the field that they're setting now to him. So, he's looking to bowl straight. We saw that ball nip back. He's probably looking for LBWs, bowling nice and straight, wicket to wicket.
Malinga has sent a few down the leg side in the 8 balls he's bowled this morning. Neil Brunt, to me, kind of epitomises what you were saying about the art of red ball batting yesterday. He obviously played nice and straight and showed a lot of concentration to get through the difficult first hour and through into lunch. And after that, very solid defence there. What I particularly liked about him is his ability to ride the different waves through a day's play. That there were times when the Sri Lanka bowlers had the upper hand, were exerting pressure, were bowling well, and he was happy just to sit them out and just keep them out basically. But then other times when they were a bit loose and he was able to just accelerate his scoring rate a bit and take advantage of that. Misfielded, and it's going to cost a boundary.
That's a beautiful stroke. He just leaned into it, didn't try and overhit it. Very simple and uncomplicated. Slightly overpitched delivery, but poor bit of fielding.
I thought Sri Lanka's fielding was a bit ragged yesterday, and unfortunately it's the captain, Pasindu Suriyamandra, who has set a bad tone early on the second day.
I really should have got something on that, but I think that stroke there just talks to what we were alluding to earlier, where you just wait, defend, wait, slightly overpitch, bang, 4 runs, and that's really the mindset one needs when playing. So it does appear, and you spoke about Neil Brunt. That's the short one. It's up and it's going to be out. It's caught at the deep square leg. We spoke about the fielder back there. on the square leg boundary. Now the last ball of the previous over, Ken, was a short one. It was a vicious one. So Brunt should have been expecting a short one. And this looked like may just have caught him a little off guard. Played the shot. And it was a simple catch at deep square leg, wasn't it?
He looked absolutely shocked. And I'm not sure if he's shocked that he picked out the man or shocked that there was a man there. He almost seemed to forget that the guy was there. He was there in the previous over. And, I take it back, Sri Lanka. I criticised it as being a bit of a conservative field placing, but it's paid off beautifully. Here's the replay.
Yeah, straight down his throat. I mean, normally if there is a man back, you'll try and roll your wrist. He did down or go all the way up. So Brunt goes for 129, a very well played 129. He's batted for 436 minutes. That was certainly an innings. I think that set South Africa A up to get a nice big total. But they'll be slightly disappointed that they 8 down now. And you said earlier that overnight, ideally, the way the pitch played and the way Brunt batted, had somebody stayed with him. Anybody else in their top order, who most of them did get themselves in, South Africa could have possibly still been 5 or 6 down now, and maybe set themselves up for a good 500. But now, they can get beyond 350. I think they'll do well at this stage.
Yeah, so Neil Brunt there for 7.25 hours. Really monumental innings by him. Faced 253 balls, 12 fours and a 6. Penelin Sobryan is the new man who's come to the crease. You can see that he's no mug with the bat. There's his record. He's got a first class 100. He's got 5 half centuries, averaging 17, coming in number 10. That's a very useful average for a number 10. Three slips now. And Sobryan keeps that first one out well.
Over bowled 326 for 8. 90 overs bowled. Pretorius on 12 and Sobryan's just come in. Brunt was the man dismissed in the previous over for 129. A very well played innings. Set things up for Sri Lanka. Will have their backs up now, Ken. They'll feel they can try and see they can run through South Africa now, bowl them out. Bowlers can put their feet up and batters can come out and spend a long day and keep South Africa out in the field for the day. So the game certainly looks set up for them now. I must say overnight one felt that South Africa was slightly noses ahead, just with Brunt especially there at the crease. You feel South Africa's day it was.
Yeah, I think if you sent into bat and you hit the score they did, you're probably feeling happier. As Wijasundara resumes, and it'll be a couple for Pretorius. Lahiru Udara, by the way, was the fielder at deep square leg who caught Brunt, and early wicket for Sri Lanka. And I think you always get that little extra boost when it's a plan that works, isn't it? When it's a hunch that you've taken a bit of a risk, and the plan comes to fruition. Always a good feeling.
Well, here as well, there's obviously a deep point. We spoke about deep wicket point, but there's also deep square leg under the grandstand there. So now the cover's quite deep. That's interesting. He's almost giving him a single. Do they want to bowl to the new batter, perhaps?
I think so. Yeah. Maybe they don't know that Penelin Sobryan is quite handy with the bat. You don't really want to allow a partnership just to develop very easily.
And Pretorius is on 15 only. It's not like he's flowing as far as his innings goes. He also came in last night, overnight. Has come in this morning, faced a few balls. So
hit on the head this morning.
Hit on the
well.
head. So you should really be backing yourself to try and bowl him out as well, as opposed to giving him an easy single. But let's see. Backing themselves here. There's an added slip in there now for the new batter.
See, just a bit of shape into the right-hander there from Wijasundara. spoke about the SAA batters getting starts, and yeah, there were a few of them yesterday. Tsapang Patoli made 27 again, looked good, but just like his opening partner Neil Brunt, caught on the pull shot. Beautifully bowled, castled him right to him. That's the end of Sir Brian.
Well, they tactic to give Pretorius a single and bowl to Sir Brian has worked, and it's worked beautifully because he's been cleaned up by a ball that looks like he's probably just nipped back through the gate. And is this leg stump? Let's just have a look again. Maybe an inside edge. No, top of off. Beautiful delivery, must say. He bowls nice and straight.
And he also changes his position on the crease a lot.
He does use
Which is
I think
under
it looks like he may have came a little wider
Wider,
on that occasion. It did look like he moved a little wide of the crease.
And Sir Brian, you saw there, sets up with quite an open stance and then gets kind of into line. And I wonder maybe if that makes it a little bit harder to know exactly where your off stump is. He was kind of groping a bit at that delivery, that at the top of off. Very good ball though, one has to say.
Excellent delivery. An excellent bit of bowling here this morning by Sri Lanka. They've come out with a bit of aggression, they've come out positive, and obviously with the newish ball in hand, they've certainly come out with good intent to try and get South African wickets, and they picked up the big fish in the previous over of Neil Brunt, and then now they're trying to see if they can clean the tail up. So Luto Sipamla, this is the wicket again.
Yes.
Have a look at that. Slightly wider the crease, we spoke about that, and then off stump, castled out of the ground. No better sight for a fast bowler than to see the timber being rattled. Also, stump going cartwheeling backwards towards the wicketkeeper.
The deep point has come in from the boundary. He's still quite deep. That has shaved leg stump, surely. Let's see how close that was. Off stump.
Not too far from the top of off again. So, good delivery. There's something in the wicket this morning. I must say, South African bowlers won't be too unhappy if they can get that new ball in their hand again this morning while there's still something in the wicket. Might dry out later with the breeze, and it's a bit windy. Flags are fluttering at the moment. But while there's still a bit something in the pitch, they wouldn't mind getting out there, the South African bowlers. Nice and straight. That point's been brought up now to not give him, make sure they don't give any runs now to the South African Tailenders.
So 329 for 9. Yes, I think South Africa's bowlers won't mind too much getting an early bite this morning, but I think they would have liked 50 or 60 quick runs this morning. You know, with Brunt and Pretorius starting, they would have hoped that they could have developed a little bit of a partnership, but it looks likely that they're not going to add too much more. 329 for 9.
How will Pretorius approach this, you reckon, Ken?
He'll have a go, I think. He's naturally pretty attacking, pretty
He can
typical
have a
bowling
go,
all-rounder.
or alternatively, he can try and farm the strike and see if he can play 3 or 4 balls of the over, try and get a single of maybe the 4th or 5th delivery. Let's see, we'll find out in a ball or two.
Uppercut and 1 bounce for. Yeah, that was a pretty aggressive stroke.
And another short ball, so they're using the short ball to good effect, the Sri Lankans. There's a man on the hook for Pretorius as well, and a deep point, deep backward point. This was carved just wide of that man towards the 3rd man area, so 4 more runs. South Africa now 333 for 9. It's got a nice ring to it.
Oh, triple Nelson.
333 for 9.
As the cover field is being bolstered with a man in the ring and 2 men back on the boundary now. There's a proper 3rd man on the boundary as well as a deep point.
and there's no slip either. Slip's been taken out, moved to a gully, so no slip, deep backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, deep square leg, fine leg. There's a conventional third man as well for that uppercut, as you say.
It's a pretty defensive field.
I think it's defensive, but also, based on the previous stroke, that third man could also be seen as an attacking position. Your deep square legs an attacking position. Beautiful delivery. Oh wow! He's bowled a Yorker. That really surprised Pretorius and had him jumping. Fortunately, he's just missing leg stump.
And he indicated to umpire Palika just how far that ball darted back at him. Look at this fantastic delivery from Malinga.
That's a wonderful Yorker.
Reminds you of the other
Malinga
from Sri Lanka,
absolutely.
the very famous Lasith Malinga.
I've seen so an interesting video of Lasith Malinga putting a pair of boots where the batter normally stands and just bowling Yorkers and firing those Yorkers in there to death, and it reminded me a lot of that. So deep square leg's been brought up for the new batter.
Best Yorker bowler ever, I would venture to say. That's
short square leg in there under the helmet as well, Ken.
Yeah, this is good.
Slips back in as well.
To number 11. Good solid defence by Luto Sipamla. One gets up a bit, but well handled by Sipamla. In case you were wondering, Ishan Malinga is no relation to Lasith Malinga. The Ishan Malinga bit is kind of like the middle of his name. I'm going to attempt to give his full name. Maybe at the end of the over, when we've got a bit of time.
You need a bit of time for that. It's a long name.
Full again, and that is the end of the over. 334 for 9. A good tidy over by Kiri Bathkala, Kankana Malaga, Ishan Malinga, Dharmasena.
You've done very well there, Ken. That's brilliant.
And Dharmasena, obviously a quite famous Sri Lankan name as well. The former spinner to quality
Dharmasena.
umpire, Kumar Dharmasena. Also not related, as far as I can tell, to Ishan Malinga, who's had a good tour. Ishan Malinga for Sri Lanka A, both in the white ball series and now in the 4-day matches. So Pretorius will battle with Jasundara again. Upish! Brilliantly taken. Fantastic catch.
That is a brilliant athletic bit of fielding in the covers. Absolutely brilliant catch to close the innings. And they've bundled South Africa up for 334 in 92 overs. South Africa will be disappointed this morning, Ken. But that man was at the shortish cover. Wasn't it a normal cover, shortish cover? Then they also had the extra cover a little bit deeper, almost as if to say, take the single, we don't mind. And Pretorius played a foolish delivery, played a drive. But just, you can see that front knee straightening, standing up a little, not getting over the ball, and hitting the ball up in the air.
I think it was Luanindu Fernando who leapt like a salmon there. That was a brilliant catch. I don't think Pretorius got all of it. He seemed to be more trying to chip it over the infield, but it was still travelling at a good rate of knots. So disappointing end for the South Africa A innings. They've added just 22 runs this morning, all out for 334. And we'll just run through that scorecard very quickly for you, having been sent into bat yesterday. And Tapang Datoli made 27. Neil Brunt, the first man to fall this morning for 129. Hussein, just a few words from you on Neil Brunt and what a great innings that was.
Yeah, I mean, I was quite impressed. I think more with the temperament. I think he's got a test match temperament. I've seen him bat a few times. Of course, I think he captained in New Zealand, am I right? We went there for those 2 test matches. And he does have that temperament of a test match player. So I was quite impressed. I'm glad he spent a lot of time there. And of course, he'll be disappointed. You're always disappointed when you get out. But I think that's really what this exercise is about. So I was very impressed with the temperament, the patience. It really, to play a test match innings, you need a lot of patience. You need to play the waiting game, play a lot of dot balls, wait for the bowlers to make errors, and then put them away. And he did that beautifully. So I was quite happy with that. The other players, of course, around him will be disappointed because they all got themselves in and could have did exactly what Neil Brunt did, but they found a way to get themselves out. In a test match scenario where there's plenty time to bat, it's a pitch that wasn't really, there's not really many demons in the pitch. Yes, there's a new ball now, and you do expect on a morning with a new ball something to happen, but that's why they call it test cricket. That's why your technique's going to get tested, your temperament's going to get tested. But yeah, I think to answer your question, Neil Brunt was very impressive.
Yeah, so Jean du Plessis, he was unfortunate to be caught behind for a duck off Malinga. But then Marcus Ackerman, 37, Dewald Bevis, 49. Both of them will be upset that they didn't go on further. Mtlali Pongwana made 12, Ravada Munsami 11. Bayer Swanepoel quickly struck 34. Miguel Pretorius, we saw the last man out for 19. A duck for Penelin Sobryan and Luto Sapamla, not out. A quick look at the bowling figures. Mohammed Shiraz. Bowled 16 overs, 3 maidens, none for 51. Vijayasundara, 14 overs and 1 ball, 2 for 60. We only saw Janith Lianage bowl 6 overs, took 1 for 6. Malinga, 17 overs, 3 for 68. Wanuja Sahan, 14 overs, none for 59. Nuanindu Fernando, the spinner, 10 overs, 1 for 34. And Sonal Danusha, 15 overs, 3 for 48.
He was the pick of the bowlers yesterday, wasn't he? The spinner, left arm spinner. He bowled quite beautifully. He picked up 3 for 48. Didn't get a bowl this morning, of course, because the 2 seamers cleaned up, picked up the remainder of the South African wickets this morning. There's a light roller on this morning as we speak between the change of innings, and that would have been requested by the Sri Lankan. So umpires would have asked the Sri Lankan captain, because they're the batting side, what would you prefer? Heavy roller, light roller? They've gone with the light one. What's the reasoning behind it? People have different opinions whether it's better to go with the light roller, heavy roller. Maybe just flatten the indentations. We don't want to bring up moisture. I mean, many would be tempted to say, give me the heavy roller, let's flatten this thing out.
There are always so many competing theories. I mean, I would think the heavy roller would get more moisture out. And look, there are not too many indentations out there. But what indentations there are, it would presumably flatten them out a bit more. But I'll tell you what, change of innings, it's change of commentary as well, and a guy who's probably ideally placed to answer your question, because I know he does a bit of pitch preparation himself.
There we go.
Gert Maloney. How's that for passing the buck? He's going to join you, Hussein, for the start of the South Africa Sri Lanka A innings.
Well, he's got a curveball to answer as he just walks in. So it's still overcast. There's all the Cricket South Africa flags around the field are fluttering. And if you're in the area, make a turn in the Benoni East Rand area make a turn around here. There's some good cricket on offer. The Sri Lankan side have played some good cricket. The fact that they beat South Africa in Kimberley, particularly the third innings where they bowled South Africa out cheaply, I don't think many people saw that coming. But they played good cricket. They a team in Sri Lanka. We saw them now also playing a test series in England, the Sri Lankan test side. But they play a good brand of cricket, don't they, Gert? How are you doing? Good morning.
Good morning, Hussein. Thank you very much. Yeah, talk about a hospital pass there by Mr. Borland. But just on your point, they've been playing good cricket this whole tour. We saw them in the ODIs as well, playing brilliant cricket, very patient cricket that they've played. They've never been a team to panic thus far. They never looked flustered, even when the situation wasn't going their way. They just went through the motions, kept calm, and those two ODIs is exactly why they put up such big scores. And even when it looked like the SAA team was running away, a couple of wickets here, a couple of wickets there, it just brings them back into the fold and into the game. And yeah, I think SAA will be very disappointed this morning, but we did have a chat on air as we spoke about the conditions, overhead conditions. There is going to be something in this first 10-15 overs for the bowlers, for SAA as well.
Yeah, I mean, the South African bowlers won't be too unhappy about the fact that they're getting out early. I mean, if the batters batted for another hour or two, which may have flattened out, maybe the sun comes out. We don't know what the rest of the day is going to look like. Well, I believe there's some rain forecast. Last night there was some pitter-patter on the roof for a bit. It didn't last too long. I thought somebody started the washing machine or something in the middle of the night, but there were a few drops. It's quite windy, so it may just be that with the cloud around, maybe the wind blows it around. The umpires, now Anna Jacobs and Alauddin Palaka walking out, so the Sri Lankan batters will probably follow them, or the bowling team first. The South Africans will come out. Neil Brand 129, Deval Brevis 49, Marcus Ackerman 37, Bayes Swanepoel 34. The fact that South Africa, in that whole South African batting lineup, and it's a strong batting lineup. I mean, there's some real quality players there. We've seen a lot of them. But Brandt's the only man to get 50 plus in that entire lineup. What does that tell you about the South Africa, about just the way South Africa played yesterday? And I mean, I'm putting it in a bigger context, and the question is more around probably the development of batters to get them ready to play test level. We don't play enough test cricket. That's a given, you know.
Look, I think it once again is the credit to the Sri Lankan bowlers. As I mentioned earlier, even the 50 overs, they did not look flustered. They did not get panicky. They did not go and search for wickets. They stuck to their guns. And I think with the way that South African cricket have changed over the years, you've become more aggressive in all formats of the game. You can even see the run rates during our tests are a lot higher than what it was in the last 2 years than it was the previous years. And I think that temperament sometimes is to our credit and to our detriment, because it's going to give you the double-edged sword. You're either going to live by it or you're going to fall on it. And I think that's kind of what has happened with the South African innings here. You saw Neil Brand with that 129, and then also Deval Brevis played a very patient innings as well, and he scored the 49. But it's also that patience. They just run out. The way we're getting out. We even saw Neil Brand today. The trap was set. He should have expected that short ball, especially after the good one that Michael Pretorius got. You could have seen that there's a little bit of venom, there's a little bit of spit in the pitch. So the trap was set, and we keep falling in those traps. And I think that's the credit to the Sri Lankan bowlers and their execution of their plans.
I would definitely agree with the part about the Sri Lankan bowlers, the persistence, the patience, the fact that they just kept pegging away and stuck to their plans. And this morning, it's been an impressive performance from the two seamers who came out. They really bowled well to clean the South African tail up. And I mean, we talk about tail, but Brandt was there on 120, not out, So 3 slips. Gali, Luto Sipamla is the man with 65 on his back, and he's running away from us. Starts with a no ball. Do we know who the batters are?
Yes, the batters is Udara. He played in the limited overs as well. very, very good batter. He scored a magnificent 80 in the last match and also a 70 odd in the second one. Didn't score much in the first ODI that was there, but he is someone that you can see the average of 40 plus, a best of 290 not out. In the years a bit, age 30 years.
Oh, this is a quick single, and a little bit risky early on, but they get through comfortable. Pointed to come in, and perhaps a half a chance run-out opportunity. So I think the fielders will just want to be nice and sharp here. They can pick up an early wicket or two while the conditions are favouring the bowlers. They can get into this middle order. So everybody needs to be switched on, particularly the fielders, and of course the bowlers. That goes without say, but there may be a few opportunities here for the South Africans.
Yeah, it's one of those things that we saw again in the ODIs as well, is they like getting off the mark very quickly. It's a drop and go. It's not the first time that these two have put each other under pressure. Just see the figures of Fernando there. Also average creeping up to that 40. What a conversion rate that is. 950s and 1000s for the 24-year-old. Best of 180. That's a brilliant conversion rate.
2,700 first-class runs. So most first-class batters, if you get close to an average of about 40, you're doing reasonably well. This is Luto Sipamla. His first-class career. Beautiful delivery. Just asking a few questions, roundabout off stump or fourth stump. Averaging 25, 158 wickets. Sipamla. Look at this delivery. Just asking questions. That's a ball that you can't too easily leave as a batter. You've got to play at that. And if it just does a bit, you end up flirting outside of stump.
With the overhead conditions, I feel they've got to be a little bit more attacking, especially with Luto Sipamla moving the ball away from the right-hander. They've got 3 slips, a gully, a backward point that walks in very quickly as well.
We did see when Sri Lanka were bowling, the ball nibbled around, even off the pitch. A few balls nipped back from this end, and that Sipamla's bowling. So there will be something off the pitch as well. Perhaps just a little bit of moisture in the pitch early morning.
And that could be the reason why they might have asked for the light roller, because they know they got a bad last on this deck. So don't want to take all the moisture out now, because it might just break up on day 4. So just want to keep a little bit of moisture in, keep their seamers in the match.
Beautiful stroke. Slightly over pitched. Outside off stump, a little bit of width as well, and he's leaned into it and caressed this through the covers, and that ball's whistled away to the boundary. Beautiful stroke.
Fernando, what a lovely shot. Just all timing. Great posture, look at that. Just leant into that. 4 runs. Textbook.
It's beautiful to see a better player, technically beautiful cover drive. There's not too many shots better than that. I mean, I love a good on drive, I must say, because everything works there. You know, the eyes are level, the balance is good, leaning over the front foot, it's just beautiful to watch. But a sumptuous cover drive like that, where you get the elbows nice and high, and play the ball behind that front elbow. This is outside off stump. Left alone, that's the over. 6 for no loss.
Just that naughty first ball from Sipamla. I don't think they'll mind getting driven for the covers. That means that they are on that front foot with a little bit of movement, overhead conditions that is there. You got 3 slips, you got a gully, you got it backward points. You don't mind driving. Maybe just bring the length back about a half a meter so they drive on the up and not at the pitch of the ball, which makes it a lot harder.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think, as a captain, you don't mind bowlers getting driven through the covers early on with the new ball. You really don't mind. It's one of the places where you can walk up to bowling and go, listen, well bowled. you got driven through the covers. Well bowled. Bayer Swanepoel, as those are his first class stats, 136 wickets. Decent strike rate of 39 as well. 7 5-wicket hauls. Twice he's got 10 wickets. Best of 7 for 50. It's a lot of wickets.
Yeah, between him and Luther Sepamla, it's almost 300 wickets in less than 100 games.
Well, slightly short, it's punched away off the back foot. Didn't quite middle it, but still done enough to just get it into that gap, and which will allow them to come back for a couple.
Yeah, if there's any swing on offer, this is the man that will exploit it. Bayer Swanepoel, he'll be the man he can take it both ways, in and away into the right hander and away from the right hander. Gotta get on top of that one nicely. Just doubling up.
Nice attacking feel as well. 3 slips, gully point, big gap in the covers. There's a wideish mid off, mid on, square leg, and then fine leg. Pretty conventional field.
And you can see that they are leaving that mid wicket open, because Bayer Swanepoel's stock delivery is the one going away from the right hander. So he kind of wants to maybe just have him angle that bat to that mid wicket, then take it away to bring those slips into play. Exactly like he did there, maybe just the line a little bit too much leg side.
It's interesting, we saw the Sri Lankans, this morning also start, and I mentioned the Sri Lankan test side as well, start with a deep backward point on the boundary. So if you look at South Africa here, they've got their point up, so which means that if you play the ball in that area, there's no easy singles, no freebies. They tend to leave a gap in the cover. So if you want to play a drive, you can play a drive, but you're not going to just play that little, this is driven beautifully through the covers. On the up as well, I don't think that was a really foolish delivery or half volley by any means, but he's leaned into it and driven this beautifully through the covers. Lovely shot.
Udara's not a tall man, but you can see him just get on top of this and just absolutely spank it. Just stood up and stand and deliver.
Yeah, he stood up tall, didn't he? Because he hit the ball on the up. He knows there's the gap. That's exactly the gap we spoke about. Now, again, have a look at this field change. Would you agree with this? I mean, personally, if I were captain, I'd go like, fine, you played a good shot, let's see you play another one. That would be my 5 cents. But so the third slip's come out and he's gone into that gap, exactly where that stroke was played. Well bowled, well bowled. This one keeps low and maybe just nips back a bit.
We just see that little bit of inconsistent bounce coming into the pitch. It's kind of 6 of the one and a half a dozen of the other question. You've got such a tall man in Neil Brown standing at first slip that he probably will cover 1 and 1.5 on his own. I think there hasn't been so much lateral movement for them to be happy keeping the batter driving. But then again, also the lengths hasn't been there. Beg your pardon. So the lengths hasn't been there. That one on the up was just a glorious shot. And I agree with you, play it again.
I mean, that's the over bowled, 12 for no loss, 2 overs bowled. Sri Lankan batters have come out with a good intent. I think they're looking to put anything that they feel they can tuck away for a quick boundary. They're not going to hold back. The intent is to try and see how they can impose themselves on the South African bowlers, get on top of it. But I think sometimes Test cricket, and well, that's the other part of Test cricket. It's not only from we spoke about earlier about the batting, where you want to spend time at the crease, bat for long periods of time, concentrate for long periods of time, play a lot of dot balls. I mean, this rotation of strike thing is a big thing with white ball cricket. We do understand that, but Test cricket, when you play 3, 4, and 5 day cricket, that's really, dot balls are okay. You can play dot balls and wait for the bad ball. So that's the one part about batting. Then bowlers need to be able to bowl a first spell, come back for a second spell, come back late in the afternoon for a third spell. You need to be strong, you need to be fit, you need to mentally be quite resilient. So Pamla outside off stump. and that's left alone. And then from a captaincy side, the thinking part from batters, bowlers, fielders, everybody involved in the game, there's a different level of thinking required, isn't there? We just need to almost be asking questions of batters, asking them, put them under pressure. You know, you play a hook shot, good, okay, let's see you play it again, you know. You play a good cover drive, let's see you play it again. The moment you take the fielder out of slip and put him in there, you block that shot, and do you then encourage him to play more? Because sometimes by encouraging more stroke play, you give yourself a chance of picking up a wicket, as opposed to the batter then putting that shot away and then he's setting himself up to play a bigger innings. But I mean, there's different ways of looking. I always say with cricket, there's never rights and wrongs. you can think you've made the right decision, and then the bowler or the batter goes and makes you look completely silly, you know, as a captain. And sometimes as a captain you think, oh, I don't know if I'm making the right call, and the bowlers can actually prove you right. So cricket it's a funny old game. 2 slips, gully, point, cover, mid off. That covers back now, and then mid on and mid wicket. That's a beautiful ball. This one is swung. This one swung late. He induced the drive, and Fernando leaned into this one, tried to play the drive, and he's now rehearsing it again. He does stand tall and play the drive. I mean, that's the one thing, you know, he stands nice and tall. We saw a drive from this end by Dar. Let's have a look at this. You can see. Now, if you look at that front knee as he plays that shot, it's straight. You want to get the head forward and nice and low. If you can keep your head low over the shot. It's a beautiful cover drive played in the previous over, but this time he just stood up a little. But what a beautiful delivery from Sipamla.
Look, I'm all for the one thing that you want your opening bowlers to do is make them play. Whatever you do, whatever delivery, if you mentioned the hook shot, even if you're going to bowl short, make the batter play. You must be able to get underneath it. That last ball that we saw from Sipamla, there was actually a bit of lateral movement, but he was a lot more attacking. He was right on the stumps. And as you mentioned, Fernando, a very tall man, but he doesn't have a big stride. He likes leaning into it, but he doesn't have a huge stride into the delivery, especially in the beginning of his innings. But I would like the bowlers just to be a lot more attacking. If you're going to drive me, drive me. You can hit me over the head, hit me over the head. Just a lot more attacking. See, like that one, there is a bit of movement. I feel that's just a little bit too wide. And we actually saw the one ball that took off and left the right hander was actually one that was right at the stumps, wrist position perfect, and it moved from there. So it brings everything into play. It gets the inside edge, it gets the bowl, top of off, it gets your LBW, it gets your nick off, it gets an aggressive shot.
Absolutely.
It brings everything into play when you're a bit more attacking, especially with the new ball. Make the batters play, do not let them leave a lot, and it gives you that opportunity to pick up early wickets.
Oh, this is the in-swinger. It's not back, but probably a little too much. Yeah, struck him on the pad. Half stifled appeal, but they know that was sliding down the leg side. So it's the over bowled. The over's bowled. 12 for no loss. Let's have a look at that stifled LBW appeal. Yeah, up and down. So you can see what Sipamla's trying to do. Swing 1 or 2 balls away, and then once he gets the batter's head leaning towards the offside, maybe look to swing or nip one back for the LBW. But that was a good over. Made an over bowled by Luto Sipamla.
Both these batters, they ask for a leg stump guard, but they go right across to that off stump. They're almost forcing the bowlers to bowl at their legs.
Down the leg side from Swanepoel.
You can see even there that front foot going way across to that offside. He's almost falling over to force it onto the pads. He loves whipping it off the pads, and he's trying to access that mid-wicket gap that they have there, which the SAA bowlers won't mind too much, especially if you can get the ball to move away. Bayers hasn't gotten a lot of swing yet.
Pulled away, short ball, and he'll get 4 runs. So not a bad idea to test him with the short ball, just to keep the batter honest also. But if you're going to bowl the short ball, you probably want to get it a little higher than that. but it's neatly put away. Fine leg's quite fine, and then there is a forward square leg, but he's up in the circle, and this was hit slightly behind square. It's beat both fielders and gone away for 4 runs.
Lovely control on that nice short arm ball. And go for the big flurry. Just made sure that it's in the gap.
And another little back foot punch. Again, beautifully played, and gets on top of this beautifully, doesn't he? Gets nice and tall, gets high. And if you want to control those type of strokes, it's important to get on top of it. Well played.
Hit it straight down. No chance, but just shows you the danger that is Udara. Look at that. What a lovely shot. And lovely hands, wrists going through that line as well, making sure that the placement is in between those two fielders. They've got there at backward point and cover. If he's out there for about 20 or 30 overs, score's not going to be big enough.
Yeah, that's a better length, I think. Just encourage them to come forward, get the drive in. I know the first class length tends to be a little shorter, push the batters back. But on a pitch like this, that looks like it's still a little bit slow. It will. I suspect it will. Depending, of course, on the weather. But I suspect it will speed up. Probably by late this afternoon, by tomorrow, it will speed up. You'll find more balls carrying quicker through to the keeper. It will get maybe even better for batting. This is a lovely drive. He leans into it, but straight to mid off.
I think
while there's still something, while there's still something there, as far as the new ball and maybe in the pitch as well, it's worth just getting a touch fuller, encouraging batters to play that drive.
Especially with your Bayer Swanepoel, you don't want to. He's not express pace. He can crank it up a tad, but he's not as quick. Maybe have Michael Pretorius have a go from that end as well. We saw a bit of bounce when he hit the deck hard. He's a bowler that hits the deck a little bit harder than Bayer Swanepoel. That's that length you were talking about. Just on that 7-meter mark, just make sure keeping the batter true. And if there's any inconsistent bounce, you'll exploit it from that length as well.
20 for no loss, 4 overs bowled. Let's see, Fernando nice and tall. Probably close to 6 foot. Does a lot shorter. So, I mean, that's the other thing from a bowling perspective, is that you probably want to adjust your length based on the height of batters, how tall they are, the reach, and how they play technically, whether bottom hand, top hand, back foot, front foot players. So important as bowler, and you'll find over a period of time bowlers who think the game better and read batters pick up a lot more wickets. Not necessarily the bowlers who are quicker or faster or spin the ball more, have more skill. This is a lovely straight drive, beautifully played, slightly over pitch though from Sipamla, but this one is driven beautifully back downward on 4 runs.
He gave a bit of a stare down there to Fernando, but I think Fernando could give him the stare back, because that was just way over pitched. The idea was perfect. He wanted to pitch it on around about that middle stump and then move it away, but just look at this. Oh, this is just lovely. You mentioned the on drive earlier. That's just a sexy shot.
Yeah, I mean, when a batter plays an on drive like this, you feel that everything's working. The eyes are level, the balance is good. Sipamla probably will get back to around about off stump. See if we can try and find use an edge, work with the slips. It's going a touch wider this time. And if you look at the carry there also through to the keeper, there isn't that ball that's flying through waist height to the keeper or maybe chest height. It's kind of ankle height, isn't it? So that you do sense that it's a flattish wicket. Flattish in the sense I'm talking about bounce and carry. Yes, there are balls nibbling around a bit, but you've got to get the length right for that.
That could also be the other reason why they went for the light roller, because that grass that stood up in the morning session is just rolled down, just making the batters get settled against the new ball.
Here's a lovely cover drive now. Will this go all the way? It's probably a teaser. It's not. It will be hauled back. 3 runs. Again, slightly over pitch. This time, a little bit of width outside off stump, but he's driven. He hasn't timed it as sweetly as he did the previous cover drive in the last over, but he's done just enough to beat the gap.
It's almost like he closed the face on that one a little bit to get it on the right hand side of that man of cover, and Neil Brandt, the lanky Neil Brandt, had to put in a couple of hard yards there to get to the ball. But even though on that on drive, I felt that was the right line to bowl. Maybe just pull the length back to that 5 meter, just on the up. That movement there will entice the batter to play.
It's a touch fuller, probably Yorker length.
Just trying something different. But I agree with you. It's almost like if you look at the way that Neil Brandt went out and the Sri Lankan bowlers came out this morning, it's almost like they had a little bit more venom, a little bit more intent in their bowling than what we've seen from Swanepoel and Sapamla this morning. It's almost like even that Yorker almost looked floated in.
Oh, that's half a defensive shot, not fully committing to that shot, Udara, but he's fortunate that he didn't ricochet back onto the stumps. Played it with soft hands. Ball just dropped under him.
You can see him just telling Fernando that if it's a little bit fuller, it's almost like there's a little bit more bounce there. But that's why the Sri Lankans, we saw that in the ODIs and in the previous test match, move across their stumps to that off stump so much, is just to cover that inside, that little bit of movement. Because all subcontinent players love playing off their legs. And one thing from Udara that we've seen in this whole tour is he does play the ball very late underneath his eyes. He waits for it. So even if there's a little bit of something there, just lifts up. Just lovely to see him a better play a ball that late.
Even this last ball, the defensive shot right under his eyes, nice soft hands. So 5 overs bowled, 27 for no loss. I'm out of here. Ken Borland will take over and join you for the next half an hour.
Yes, and the youngster, Mr. Borland, joining us this morning. Welcome back.
Good morning, Gert. And this is a pretty good start for Sri Lanka A. We've seen some really good boundaries by these two openers.
Oh, lovely delivery. That's the one they're looking for. And they've noticed, I think, that Fernand
Nyaki has joined Lahiru Udara at the crease. I was just talking about Udara's record, and obviously we've seen him during this series that he's a very classy batter. Surprisingly, he has only played one international game for Sri Lanka in T20s, but this is obviously an important tour for him to push his hopes further.
Oh, heading back of a length, especially at the age of 30. You kind of feel that this will most likely be his last opportunity to impress. And very well negotiated there to close out the over. It's Udara will be facing up. Most likely Lutu Sapamla will continue. 27 for the loss of 1 wicket. Successful over there for Bayer Swanepoel, getting rid of Fernando and breaking the partnership. And this is what South Africa needs to do, because we saw in the ODIs and the previous test match as well that Sri Lankans have got a knack of building up these partnerships. They just carry on. It's partnership on partnership. Even if it's a 20 or a 30, they don't often lose wickets in clusters.
Yeah, on early season pitches here in South Africa, there hasn't been too much pace and bounce, and the Sri Lanka batters have really looked at home.
Oh, lovely shot again, just piercing that gap. Dara just looks like the man that the SAA bowlers would like to see the back of. He's 17 of 18 deliveries. He's getting a bit of a move on.
It was a timely wicket for the home side, one felt, because we've seen Udara get off to a fast start. Fernando hit a couple of boundaries. The partnership got to 27. You just start to worry a little bit, with that new ball. Is it, when's the breakthrough going to come? You want wickets with that new ball.
Oh, lovely delivery. This one just coming back off the seam. And it's just beating in between bat and pad. And might just be a little bit of overconfidence there by Udara, going for that big booming drive once again.
Yeah, he seemed to lose his shape a bit there, and maybe it was the ball tracking back at him a bit, but probably the loosest shot he's played in this innings so far.
Yeah, he's been playing it nice and late. It's almost like he's through his hands at that one.
Big wind blowing now at Willowmoore Park.
That gully coming into play. Yeah, we'll ask the production team just to put the fans off.
We've had glorious sunshine up here in Gauteng for the last little while, but today looks pretty wintry. It's very overcast now. The wind is howling, and the trees, many of them still without their leaves, are waving quite vigorously.
And we have seen that there is a bit of moisture in the air. To see this from Lutus Apamla, make the batter play, as you mentioned, not express pace. He can get nippy. He's more of a skiddy bowler than hitting the deck hard. That's why I'm very excited to see Michael Pretorius on this deck, just to see what he can extract from it. We saw in the Kimberley, when he got the ball that was still nice and new, he got a lot of movement off the seam. Very first wicket that he picked up there was a lovely ball that just went through the gate and hitting that top of off. And he does hit the deck a lot harder. He's a bigger man. He's a nice big unit. A short one. Udara getting underneath it. They did move that fine leg a little bit wider than it was. It's almost on a long leg position. And just the moisture in the air. There's a possibility of 43% chance of rain, but only this evening. But looking at it now, it's not heavy by any stretch of the imagination. And with the wind keep on blowing, it might just blow these clouds away. But you've got to feel that in the context, new ball, batter still pretty new at the crease, although Udara's faced 21 deliveries. You want to make sure that you use the conditions, even batters hitting into the wind, to your advantage. That's a lovely line and length. Couldn't get on top of it as the end of the over. That is 7 gone, 29 for the loss of 1.
So as you look at the screen there now, the wind is blowing from left to right towards the main grandstand. It's a pretty long boundary on the leg side, but the wind is helping. But now from Bayer Swanepoel's end, it's against the wind to the leg side. And there you can see the flags are getting a good workout.
Yeah, even the flag's struggling to keep their shape.
So, yeah, and there's no one back on the leg side boundary apart from fine leg.
Oh, there's a bit of movement just off the deck. You can see the batter just signalling to the non-striker that it's moving away. Ratan Nyaka just telling Udara, just keep an eye on this man. He is moving it.
Yeah, and it's a bustling pace. It's zipping off that pitch a bit by Swanepoel. He seems nice and loose now. Bowling his 4th over. Boosted by that wicket, no doubt.
Just wanted to say, nothing like a wicket to get more field in the tank. Ooh. That one came through a little bit quicker than what Munsami would have expected there. You can just see him looking down at his hand.
Yeah, I think Swanepoel's pace has picked up a bit actually from his first couple of overs. Maybe he was just getting into his spell, just making sure he found his rhythm, concentrating on control first.
And the reason for that sometimes, especially with wind, is if you're bowling with or against, you're just figuring out your rhythm, how to deal with the wind blowing. If you're going with it, you don't want to run in too fast because then you tend to bowl no balls. If you're running against it, you don't want to create too much pressure into the wind, then it's basically you against the wind. So you just every now and again need to figure out what's that happy medium between the two.
It is a crosswind, but I fancy that of the two ends, Swanepoel is probably the one most into the wind and against it.
It's going from his right shoulder to his left shoulder, that's why I felt from that end he might even get a bit more movement away from the right-hander, because it's kind of just the way the wind is going as well. But he has not had a lot of assistance, lateral movement. That's where the SAA captain Neil Brown wants him to be. Keep attacking, make sure the new batter plays, make him as uncomfortable as you possibly can.
It's been an excellent over so far by Baz Swanepoel, really just probing on and around that off stump. And it's a good job in this strong wind. The wind's been strong enough to blow my hat off a couple of times. So yeah, that gives you some indication. No, I don't stick up into the wind too much.
Oh, Stan and Liver, lovely fielding in the cover region there. That was brilliantly done by Jean du Plessis, who's a pretty decent keeper in his own right as well. He does have good hands as well there, but that was great work done in the covers there. But lovely shot there as well. Ratnayaka showing that he's not going to be bullied into staying in his crease, as we see Luther Sapamla taking off his hat. That first 2 overs went for 29 runs, and after that it kind of just settled down with the Luther Sapamla over that was a maiden. And now Baz Swanepoel has bowled his second maiden as well, so the run rate has dropped all the way down to 3.6.
Yeah, I think it's back to back. It's been 2 good overs. Sapamla, I thought, bowled a good one, probing, one short ball in there just as a surprise delivery.
Sudara just playing it right underneath his eyes, and you're right, just that short one with that long leg on the fence. SAA is still very much attacking. And yeah, often we talk about partnerships in batting, but partnerships in bowling, because of that good over that he bowled and then backed up by Baz Swanepoel, actually created that wicket. That shot was just a bit more forceful, a bit of hard hands coming towards the delivery. Those partnerships in bowlers is so important. One get often lost in the wickets column and the fivers, but you often forget about the person on the other end, because you took the wickets because of the pressure being created on the other end.
Yeah, and Luther Sapamla again is bowling a good over here. It's creating pressure. That last delivery was a fantastic line, just outside off stump.
Giving Udara no room, and even keeping it nice and tight as well, so you can't really get on top of the bounce. Oh, that one again, you can just hear the oohs and the ahs.
Udara is another one of these batters who has quite an open stance in his setup, and then he steps across, gets in line well, certainly for that delivery. But again, that good line from Luther Sapamla, you just keep it there, and natural variation could take care of the rest, find the edge.
He's just playing around with the seam position. We saw 1 or 2 nipping in. There's the short one, just to keep honest, but adjudicated to be wide.
Yeah, both these short balls have been just a little bit leg side-ish. That one was too far leg side, but I think it was due to bounce that he was caught for wide, too high. But I like that, just to keep, as you say, keep the batsman honest. Bit of a surprise delivery. If you can get it a little bit straighter, it would be even more effective.
Yeah, you want the bouncer to be right up on the in front of the nose, angling into the head area. Sabamla getting very excited with every delivery he's bowling. It's one of those things where you just want to put more pressure on the batter, saying that I saw the ball doing something. Did you?
It came out of the middle of the bat. I mean, it was a really solid defensive stroke. But you did right. It's just reminding the batter that you're a few inches away from getting an edge to my 2 slips or my wicket keeper, maybe a thick edge to gully.
No, Dada not the tallest of men, so every now and again you do get carried away, about only 5'8". Oh, there's that stand and deliver getting on top of the bounce, and that was absolutely thumped into that point region. That was brilliantly fielded.
Is that Chapang Datoli there?
Just see him looking down at his hand. That high fives by the left hand tonight.
Well, it was flying and it took an awkward bounce off the one of the used pitches just in front of him there. Udara will be peeved. He would have thought he had 4 there.
Just a good backup just to end the over, just the wide from it, and it's just with the short ball getting carried away. Lovely stuff. 30 for the loss of 1. That's after 9 overs, and the man to fall was Fernando, brilliantly caught by Detole of the bowling of Bayer Swanepoel.
So Pavan Ratnanake will now have strike. He's a young man. He's just 22 years old. And has had just the 1 knock previously on this tour. Scored 9 in one of the ODI games, so he'll be keen on a lengthy stay here. He's just got a bit of a pressure situation to get through. 8th ball facing now, yet to get off the mark.
Just squared him up with that ball again. Just movement off the seam for Bayer Swanepoel. That is one of his strengths, is keeping that seam nice and straight and then getting the movement off the seam. Just see the shoelaces. That was the issue with that delivery, just tying it up. Ratnarake, 22 years and 23 days. So his birthday would have been on this tour. Nice birthday gift to get. Trip to another country. Plays for Colombo Cricket Club. Oh, lovely guided past that backward point. Detole just giving it up. That's a beautiful guided shot for 4.
Lovely way to get off the mark. That was right off the middle of the bat. Lovely control all the way along the ground. And Ratnayake will be feeling pretty good about himself right now.
Well, we just saw on that replay that Bayer Swanepoel just went wide on the crease there on their delivery. A little bit wider than he normally does. Maybe try to angle it in and then move it away with still 2 slips and a gully in place. This time going for the pull, but no great conviction in the shot.
And a bottom edge to the wicketkeeper. I suppose it's better than a top edge.
Yeah, rather the bottom edge, but just look at the delivery again. Bayer Swanepoel in tighter and trying to drag that one from about 5th stump on the offside around. Might have been a better opportunity for him, maybe just to uppercut it down to 3rd man. Even if you got a top edge, then there's no one there. Again, just trying to guide that one. Hard hands. SAA will feel that they might be in with the shout.
Well, they're building pressure, that's the thing. And I know we've had a boundary this over, but the dozen sort of balls up before that boundary created pressure.
This time nice in behind it. We saw Bayer Swanepoel getting a lot more comfortable now. He is definitely playing around in that crease, going a little bit wider, a little bit tighter, just trying to create a bit of an angle.
and changing his lengths as well. That one was shorter. Testing the footwork of the batsman.
You got that very wide mid wicket. Oh, this one just straying onto the legs. Utusapamla will just pick it up. I don't think they'll take on his arm. He's got a bit of a cannon. And of another good over, we did see that 5 runs coming from it. What was a probing over?
Yeah, 35 for 1 now. Sri Lanka A, they raced to 27. But since then, Sapamla and Swanepoel have really hauled them back a bit.
Sapamla coming in for his 6th. You saw him signalling something to the skipper at the end of the previous over, just maybe asking, don't take me off yet, give me one more. I feel that I have got a number. Yeah, and it's one of the first deliveries Ratnayaka will face from Luto Sapamla. Udara doing most of the facing against Sapamla.
Miguel Pretorius, the other main seam bowler in the stack. There's also the all-rounder Mahlali Pongwana and Prenelin Sobrine, the lead spinner.
Oh, found the edge and just dropping short. Lovely effort. But we've seen from this end the ball carry has not been there. So those slips might just want to come in a meter or so in. And oh, it looks like there's been a mischief done to the forefinger and maybe the thumb.
Marcus Ackerman diving across, but it was well short of him, and you'll just see here that Ratnayaka playing with soft hands, just a defensive stroke, and that saved him.
And very well done, because that ball was right on first slip, but he had no chance of carrying to the first slip there. Oh, Ratnayaka trying to play a bit of ring-a-ring-a-rosy with the ball there. Not really sure where that went. Just first, and it just shows you awareness, because the first look as a batter you want is just where's my stumps, where's the ball. If it's not anywhere in that vicinity, I don't really care.
But so often as we just see the ball dropping short of second slip again. So often when you do that little spin around looking for the ball, it's your leg that kicks the ball onto the stumps.
Oh, whipped off the pads. Lovely shot. And a lot of work to be done there by Bayer Swanepoel, coming around all the way from long leg, picking it up from in front of square. And again, Lutusapamla, the oohs and the ahs, I don't think they'll mind that too much, because it is a bit of a high-risk shot, especially with the delivery moving away, but I think Ratnayaka saw this was the one angling in.
Yeah, I think it was missing leg stump, so I think it was okay. His 2 scoring shots have been pretty stylish, though. There was that lovely square drive through backward point, and now the flick off the pads.
Oh, big appeal. Height might be the issue there. So they're asking for it, but not really begging.
Yeah, it looks fairly straight, but I think, height and maybe a bit of inside edge. Our producer Wayne has picked up with his eagle sensors.
Did move across a long way. I think that's what's excited the SAA fielders there. But no appeal from fine leg, so it can't be out. Oh, again, just opening up that face, squirting it past that backward point. That Tole is off like a hare, just can't catch it. The outfield is still too quick, still coming into the summer season in South Africa, and that was just lovely timing. Udara just finding the gap once again.
A little bit outside half of the bat, but he did open the blade a bit to pick the gap. Takes him to 23. 42 for 1, so it's a decent start by Sri Lanka A. That run rate 4 to the over again.
Last delivery in the 6th over for Luto Sapamla. Just see hands on heads, getting very excited. There's definitely something in it for the bowlers out there.
Well, Udara, with that open stance, he does tend to step across his stumps and play across straightish deliveries.
Oh, there's just a wicket. Just see Fernando batting outside his crease and just fetch that one away from his body. And just getting it from the outside part of the bat. And a lovely wicket there. That's the only wicket to fall today for Sri Lanka. So far, Udara and Ratnayaka is on 15 already on their partnership. The first wicket fell on 27. So we see a bit of a bowling change. It's that all-rounder. It's a very lengthy Mpongwana coming in from the end that Bayer Swanepoel operated on.
Yeah, tall man, so we imagine Miguel Pretorius will be bowling from the Harper Avenue end, slightly with the wind. There's a crosswind, but Mpongwana, the all-rounder, the fourth seamer, if you like, he's going to have to bowl slightly into the wind.
If there's any bounce between Mpongwana and Pretorius, they will extract it. If there's any extra bounce,
pretty much the same field set with 2 slips and a gully.
still that backward point cover region still in. I'll need a fine leg on the boundary. I like this from SAA. Be as attacking as you possibly can, especially for that first 20 overs, and then you can rethink the plan. Just see a little bit more effort there. It'll take him an over or two. He's someone that normally takes about 12 to 15 deliveries to really get into his stride and hit the deck hard. Mpongwana, the lanky all-rounder for SAA. Has been a bit of a find. 24 years of age. But just see that extra bounce. Just couldn't quite get on top of it. Ratnayaka.
The hands certainly followed that a bit. He was playing well away from his body at the end of the day. Mpongwana hasn't had much bowling of late, even though he is an all-rounder. He was on the SA Emerging Tour to Zimbabwe last month and didn't bowl, just batted. He is coming back from injury last season.
This one just floated up, just looked like he's falling away in the crease there a little bit. It's Mpongwana. Like I said, the lanky bowlers normally take a bit of time just to get everything going. Yeah, he's definitely more seen as a batting all-rounder that can roll his arm.
I've seen him bowl some very useful spells, get some big wickets. As a bowler, he reminds me a bit of the West Indian Jason Holder. Similar sort of pace, height.
That's exactly where he needs to operate. Just hitting that back of a length. No need to go too short or too full. Just make the batter getting behind it. Overhead conditions is definitely getting a little bit darker. Not in the sense that they need a light meat or anything. Deficit 292. But the wind, with the dry conditions still, there's a lot of dust and dry grass flying out there. Very well left. Kept an eye on him, but just look how far across his stumps is. Way on the offside, almost on a fourth, getting right across. And a nice way to start. Mpongwana, maiden. Just look at there's another game carrying on the field across from us. And just look where that keeper is standing. It's a bit of wishful thoughts at club level.
I'm not sure it's the club. I think it might be the Easterns team doing a bit of having a pre-season game. If I'm not mistaken, that is the Easterns blue kit.
There's a big appeal there. And a late signal by the umpire given out. Oh, just shows you a bit of luck there. And hopefully the luck will change now with the wins and the change of bowling for SAA as Michael Pretorius comes into the attack. Said his first wicket that he picked up on this tour was an absolute jaffer, just nipping in through the gate, top of off. And I think that's why he wants to bowl from this end, because of that crosswind. He is someone that swings the ball back into the right-handers. Oh, bit of a misfield there. Jean du Plessis won't be happy with that.
Forceful start by Udara. Pretorius a bit short and wide with that delivery to start with.
Well, they must just be very careful, the Sri Lankans here. Don't play, especially to Michael Pretorius, hitting the deck very hard. Don't play with too hard hands at him, because that might just create a bit of an opportunity. Tentatively played. Ratnayaka will take the advice from Udara to keep watching the ball all the way to the bat.
Udara, the more experienced man, 8 years older than Ratnayake. Plus he's been with the crease from the get-go, so his advice will be worth listening to.
Decent start here by Michael Pretorius, not forcing it, just getting into his stride, getting into his rhythm. As I mentioned there from Mpongwana as well, it's normally an over or two for the big fast bowlers to really get that Lister engine going, get that diesel pumping through the veins.
Yeah, the last two deliveries have been spot on really, where he wants to be just drawing the batsman forward on and around off stump.
A little bit of a slinger there, you can just see him falling away in the crease. So every now and again, you know the conditions, there hasn't been a lot of movement. If you look outside the window, you think it's a bowling paradise. It's a greenish wicket, wind blowing, there's a bit of moisture in the air, overcast conditions, but thus far, except for one or two from Lutus Apamla and Bayer Swanepoel, not a lot of lateral movement.
The consensus was that both teams were a bit surprised that the pitch didn't do that much yesterday. And today's the same, really. It's a pretty good batting deck.
So compliments to the groundsman here at Willowmoore Park. Not easy coming out of a winter season and prepping for a tour like this. It's not a lot of water about.
Yeah, and we haven't had rain for a while, so it does make it tricky for the groundsman. But there's a bit in it for the bowlers though, so I think it's a very good wicket.
Oh, but a naughty on his last delivery of the over. Just throwing the no ball. Maybe that one just stretching.
Blame the wind. Maybe there was a gust of wind in his delivery stride.
Just like batters, that's never out. Fast bowler never bowls that. There's always something, a mole sticks out his head or something. You have to run around it.
Uneven run up, you know.
Oh,
those
yes.
things.
Footmarks.
Footmarks.
great finish. You see that one just almost getting in between bat and pad. That's the end of the over. It's 44 for the loss of 1 after 13 overs.
And Hussein Manak will be joining us again. Just a run through of what's happened in this match so far. This is the second day. Sri Lanka A yesterday, having won the first 4-day match, won the toss and sent South Africa A in bat. They stumps yesterday on 316 for 7, and great work by Sri Lanka A with the ball this morning. Claimed those last 3 wickets for 18 runs, so South Africa A 334 all out, and Sri Lanka A now 44 for 1. They've lost the wicket of Fernando, but Lahiru Udara is going well on 24 not out. And let's welcome back Hussein Manak.
Thank you very much, Ken. So the 1 wicket has fallen for South Africa. Well, actually it's the Sri Lankan wicket, but I say for South Africa. South African bowlers have picked up the 1 wicket, 44 for 1, 13 overs bowled. Just something, again, it's probably more a question, just throwing it out there. Pace-wise, if I look at this South African attack, I'm just trying to look at the team list and see who else we've still got in that lineup pace-wise. There's not much pace in the side. I mean, Cody Yusuf's not playing today. He's the one you could probably say that's got some genuine pace and maybe, skiddy type of pace.
To me, it's been noticeable that we saw Malinga and Wijasundara bowling this morning.
And I mean that bouncer,
and both of them, I would say, have had more pace than what we've seen from the South Africa A team. Swanepoel, Sibamla, Pretorius, and now Pongwana. And I think in the SAA squad, Cody Yusuf probably would be the quickest.
The one that's probably the sharpest of the lot.
Yeah, and he's not express pace.
Are we in that department in South Africa generally? Oh, this is a good delivery, and it is a loud appeal. Now it looks like there may have been a deflection or the ball deviated. Could it be off the seam? But there was something, because if you look at where the wicketkeeper collected it, almost in front of first slip.
It's a very loose drive by Lahiru Udara. We'll have to have another look at the replay. We're in a sealed commentary box here, so we can't really hear much.
Oh, that's jagged a long way. Seamed off the pitch as it pitched it. Nipped away, and Udara thought it was full enough, went for the drive. But that jagged away sharply off the seam. I don't think there was an edge though.
Yeah, just a lot of movement. That'll encourage the bowler.
That's a good length he's just bowled it. I mean, you want to encourage the batters to come forward. You don't mind them trying to play the drive. They've got an interesting fielding position they can. It's a short point. What is that? That's the number 8 there.
What's he going to catch there? I mean, if
It's an uppish drive, but I mean, it's going to come pretty quickly.
it's going to come flying. Yeah,
It's going to come pretty quick there. You'll do well to catch. I mean, unless it's just a little half a shot, stop, chip shot. But if a drive's played from there, I can tell you that's going to fly quite
Yeah,
quickly.
Bayer Swanepoel, the man risking life and limb.
Oh, good movement here from Pongwana.
I guess it could be for the fend. Pongwana gets quite steep bounce, obviously being a very tall man, and if the ball does get up a bit and the batsman's playing away from the body a bit.
He's nice and tall, isn't he? I'm sorry, in that length, if he can just, challenge the top of off, I reckon there's something happening there for him. He's looked like he can ask a few questions around that area. He's bowled 5 dot balls now, so he's building a little bit of pressure.
To me, the wicket taking delivery is the batsman trying to drive on the up
Agreed.
because of the bounce.
There we go. I mean, that's a good length. That's a fantastic over. Really good over. Beat the outside edge once, encouraging batters to come forward and asking a few questions just around there. So there is something in the pitch, Ken. And they keep bowling good areas, nice and consistent. And just be nice and patient, something will happen. Let's come back to that earlier discussion of ours about quick bowlers in South African cricket. Do we have the depth as far as like really out and out quick 140 plus bowlers are concerned in the country, or are we slightly falling short in that area?
Yeah, I can't really think of anyone who's not in the Proteas setup or in this SAA.
That should be, and that's out
squad
and out.
that is 140 plus. Tepa Mareki
Moreki
can
bowl
get up
140,
there,
yeah.
but maybe not that consistently. But he certainly
Base-wise, he's
should be in the
definitely
picture.
Base-wise, he's probably one you would consider.
Otherwise, yeah, I think everyone is already, in the Proteas setup or has been playing for SAA, and I guess that 140 plus pace is the thing that kind of differentiates a domestic player from an international player. So if you can bowl 140 plus, you probably are going to be called up pretty quickly to higher levels. But it's 44 for 1, and we casting a few aspersions on the bowling attack. But it's not as if they've been terrible this morning. They've actually
they're
pulled
bowling
it back
good areas, yeah.
quite well. And
I think it's more a general discussion, isn't it? I mean, it's more about the general, pace. Do we have that out and out fast, quick bowlers, and the depth in South African cricket, and are there out there maybe younger bowlers that have that out and out pace that perhaps we should be looking at from a talent ID perspective? This is an inside edge that's kind of squirted away to backward point. Pongwana will do the fielding.
I suppose if you look at the bigger picture, you would say there is some depth, because you'd look at Proteas level, you'd go Rabada, Nortje, Janssen, Gerald Coetzee, they're all in there already. Quenema Parker,
Parker's the one youngster who's
definitely coming through.
And he's got the 140 pace, right?
Yeah.
And he's accurate as well. He's got good skill too. So he fits that bowler we're talking about. Good bowling, good area. You can see the carry also nice and low as it gets to the wicket keeper.
And presumably Quenema Parker is going to get quicker. Being an 18-year-old lad, he's going to fill out a bit. So that's very exciting.
I think all your out and out quicks, the ones who could bowl 140 plus, are generally, as you say correctly, been in the Proteas setup.
Nandre Berger,
Nandre Berger's got genuine pace.
mention.
Yeah, he's got proper pace. He was in the squad now in West Indies, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So now it's a period of time for South Africa where it's just about pegging away, building pressure, nice little ring field, 2 slips a gully, and game of chess now.
Who blinks first? Yeah, that's it. Patience.
There's a little bit of nip away again from the right-hander from Pretorius. 15 overs bowled, 46 for 1. Udara's in 24 and Ratnaika in 8. Del Pretorius has bowled 2 overs now, not for 4. But it's really now economical bowlers building pressure, asking questions, waiting for the batter to make a mistake in error, and they're just hitting good areas round about fourth stump, asking a few questions. And it's also, the patience thing is so important, because we tend not to see too much of that generally in domestic cricket, where batters have to bat for long periods of time. But where does the creativity from a captaincy point of view come in? Because also, I think junior cricket and school cricket, there isn't much space for captains to be creative. So we don't have that, where they play 2-day cricket and they've got to declare early and then get the spinner on and set attacking fields, put a silly point in there, put a short square leg in there. At what stage do you think we'll get a spinner maybe coming in?
I was just thinking that, and I don't know if we'll get one before lunch. There's only 15 minutes to the break. You might want to get a Bayer Sonnepoel back on for a couple of overs before lunch, or maybe Luto Sapamla. These two bowling now are obviously still pretty fresh, so yeah, I don't think we'll get surprised.
And also, I think while there's the ball still nice and hard, and you want to give your quicks the best possible chance of getting that seam movement and nipping the ball around. Slip is a little wide.
Yeah, sort of 1.5.
1.5, and then there's, what, is that a gully or maybe a fourth slip? Fifth slip? Probably a gully, we'll call him a gully.
And still that short point.
Yeah, the short point, there's a backward point, conventional backward point as well. Then there's a short point, then there's a short cover, and a wideish mid-off. So it's an interesting field, and you can see the lines that Pangwana and Pretorius are bowling just outside off stump. They're kind of forcing the batters to try and play those cover drives, go and play, then they're asking them to see if they can go and hit it through all those, thread it through those fielders, between the gully, between the backward point, short silly point, short point and short extra cover. You get it through there, you've done quite well.
I guess for the batters now, it comes down to how badly do you want to score. Are you happy just to absorb balls until lunch, not worry about scoring particularly?
And that's the mindset, isn't it, Ken? I mean, we've had a few incidences where there's been, like, we've been trying to organize a lot of two-day cricket. And even at club cricket, domestically, kids don't play two-day cricket. Even senior adult cricket, it's just 50 overs and T20s. And there's been an attempt to try and play like a so-called time cricket, what they call time cricket. But it's still almost very similar to a 50-over game. That's not really where you can bat like this for long periods of time with a strike rate of 50, 60 or whatever the case is. So batters just don't have that. They just haven't been brought up to spend long periods of time. So they don't know how to do it. Because now, if you want to be a good 50-over player or T20 player, in those middle overs, the middle 30 particularly, or let's call it the middle 8 or 10 overs in a T20 game, you have to be able to rotate strike almost of every ball. You've got to find a way to play low-risk rotation of strike, knock the ball into gaps. And of course, there are fielders on the boundary, so it's 4 or 5 fielders out. Down the leg side, good take. Good take down the leg side. Not called a wide, but that's a very, very good take.
Rivaldo Munsami, one of 3 wicket keepers, and
there are 3 in this side.
There's Jean Duplessis playing in this game
right,
as well. He can keep wicket, and of course Sinatemba Kreshile sitting this one out. But I mean, you alluded to it, that for me red ball cricket is almost like the university of cricket. That's where you really learn the subtleties and the intricacies of the game, because you're faced with so many different situations and challenges. I mean, in white ball cricket, you're never going to face a spinner bowling into the rough, for instance.
Correct.
Those sort of things. You're probably not going to face a sustained barrage of short pitch bowling. Those sort of things.
And even facing a spinner with 3 or 4 men around the bat, you're not going to face that in white ball cricket. Very seldom are you going to face that scenario. So it's a different type of pressure. There was now at club level, I'm trying to organize more 2-day cricket. There was a little tournament that took place now, and we got all these 16, 17, 18-year-olds. It was an under-19 tournament, and they played 2 or 3 2-day games, and it was amazing that in both innings, each one of the top 10 batters had an opportunity to score 100. All top 10. So we had a batter who came in at 9 and scored 100. The number 10 got a 60 or 70 and missed out on 100, and he knows he missed out on 100. But they basically had 60, 70, 80 overs. You've got time to bat for a day. And that, as you say so correctly, that it sets the base, it gives them the skill to, the basics of the game. The little intricacies, the skill, the cricket awareness. It's a different type of pressure, and captains have to be more creative. Bowlers, if they want wickets, they have to be a little more creative. Batters have to spend time at the crease. Beautiful stroke. That's a slightly overpitched. Leaned into it, Udara. And it's going to be a teaser, but it's not going to quite get to the boundary rope. They'll scamper back for 3, but that's a lovely looking cover drive.
Yeah, Ratnayake has had to sit tight for a while.
Oh, it's Ratnaika, sorry, pardon
they're
me.
both pretty similar in stature, these two batters. But he's had to hang tight. No, it was Udara. They ran 3. So it was Ratnayake. And just to continue your point for bowlers as well, long format cricket, they got to bowl 15, 20 overs in a day. If you're a paceman, again, through that offside, this one will go to the boundary though, off the blade of Lahiru Udara. So 7 off 2 balls, just a bit of a spurt in the Sri Lankan run scoring.
And this is really what this form of cricket is about. It's about dot ball, dot ball, dot. I mean, the previous over from Pretorius, I think, was a maiden. And here, he's waited, over pitch, bang, 3, over pitch, bang, 4. So you got 7 runs in 2 balls, but you played probably 8 or 10 dot balls. And that's what it's about. So this is not about rotation. And so many cricketers will come and play a 2-day, 3-day, 4-day game, and in the middle, they play 3 dot balls and feel they need to rotate the strike when you don't have to. You just got to wait. You can go dot, dot, dot. You can play 10 dots and hit 2 boundaries. And you're doing your job, So it's spending time at the crease, wearing the bowlers down, forcing the quick fast bowler to come back for his second spell with the older ball, and then forcing him to come back when he's really tired on day 3 with a third spell later on, And it's all those elements that come into the longer version of the game that really, as you say, it's a university of cricket. It forces you to think a lot deeper about the basic aspects of the game, basic elements, and get the foundations really sorted out.
That one popped up a bit. Udara just taking the bottom hand off the bat. We did see Miguel Pretorius himself, actually, when he was batting. He got a terrible blow on the head, batting at the other end, though, when a ball did take off from a length a bit.
It was the Malinga delivery, a final ball. I think it was his second over this morning. It was a quick one as well. Really took off. Yeah, good bit of fielding. One thing Udara's been good at, and I've noticed that this morning. I didn't see too much of the game in Kimberley, but he plays nice and late. And even if I look at his cover drive, where it went very square. He waited almost for the ball to pass his front leg and then played it right under his eyes, nice and late, found the gap on the offside. And very often you'll pick up certain batters who have that ability, and it takes time. Younger players find it very difficult. They tend to hit mid-off, they tend to hit cover. I remember if I go back and players like AB, Faf, I remember those guys also nicking off early in their careers many times, and then later on they started playing the ball later. And Faf is a good example now. I mean, we watch him play his cover drive. He hits a cover drive so late, he almost allows the ball to pass his front foot and almost in line with his back foot, and then he'll crunch a cover drive, square the wicket and hit the gap perfectly. So that's an ability that comes with experience, and as batters you're just going to keep having to try to play the ball as late as you possibly can, because then it makes it difficult for bowlers to find your outside edge. Pangwana will continue. 3 overs, 0 for 3. And Pretorius 3 overs, 0 for 11. It hasn't been, I haven't seen too much swing through the air, like proper swing, but what we have seen this morning is a lot of nip off the wicket. The ball's hitting the seam, nipping around, either dragging in, out. And we saw that again, that delivery, previous over from Pangwana. But swing through the air, I haven't really seen classic, a lot of balls shaping around.
I wonder if it's a bit too windy for swing. I just feel sometimes if the wind gets too strong, it kind of stops the swing. There's a healthy covering of grass on the pitch, so there will be, especially with the newer ball, a bit of seam movement. Those are the first runs that Mahlali Pongwan has conceded, and he's in his fourth over, and they're unlucky runs. He found the edge, no third man on the boundary.
Yeah, he's just beaten that fielder gully, and not too far away from him, just beat him on the right hand side. It was a kind of thick outside edge. Lanka squares up quite a bit, as you mentioned earlier, so he kind of just a little bit open chested, tried to drive that to the covers, that back cover field we spoke about, and got a thick outside edge there. So slightly fortuitous, but he gets 4 runs nonetheless.
Yeah, SA have certainly decided that they want to probe Ratnayaka on that offside. I like this innovative field with the short point and just asking questions of him there.
There we go. There's a little prod and a tentative little push outside off stump from Ratnayaka. You can see he's getting now. I just wonder if Pangwana's thinking, okay, if I can draw him outside off stump continuously, get his head to keep falling over, and then maybe look to nip one back for an LBW. He does have a little bit of protection there as well. Have a look at this, pushing outside off stump. The ball's so wide, and as a batter, he's probably thinking now, Ratnayaka, there's no need for me to play that. I should have just left it.
He was definitely drawn into it.
Yes.
Bit of movement away.
Good bit of bowling.
As you say, if he can get one and nip back in, he has kind of set up the batsman perfectly for it. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. I think that was the LBW ball that I was talking about. So you can see what he's trying to do. Outside off stump, nice offside field, but he does have that man at mid-wicket, just in case he wants to bring one back, try and see if he can wrap him on the pads plumb in front. And Ratnayaka does have a nice, as do a lot of the Sri Lankan batters, good big trigger outside off stump, they get right across their stumps. And generally quite strong on the leg side, so it's a good tactic to try and keep them outside the off stump for as long as possible and wear them down. A lot of subcontinent batters can tend to be very strong and wristy, especially on the leg side, because when you play on slow wickets in the subcontinent, you need to be able to use your bottom hand and your wrist to create pace. So they generally tend to be quite strong on the leg side. It's a nice idea to hide the ball from there. Don't give them what they want. Keep it a little bit outside off stump. So there's going to be a drinks break now.
No, lunch.
Is it lunch? It's been a quick session.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Time flies. And
And
the sun looks like it's peeking through as well. Or it wants to kind of peep through here. Willowmoore Park in Benoni. 57 for 1. 18 overs bowled. In response to 334 all out, South Africa scored. They were, as you said, again 316 for 7 overnight. We were a bit disappointed with that 334. Probably overnight we're thinking with Brunt still at the crease, maybe we're thinking around 400 plus. Nonetheless, a long way to go still in this game.
Yeah, but you'd have to say that Sri Lanka have taken this first session on the second day. There's the match summary. They took the last 3 South Africa A wickets for just 18 runs this morning, and they've had a solid start to their reply. 57 for 1. Lahiru Udara batting nicely on 28 not out. Baya Swanepoel, the wicket taker for South Africa A, and do join us in a little under 40 minutes for the second session. Cool.
Welcome back to Benoni and Willowmoore Park on this very windy day in September. It is extremely windy, it is dusty, it is gloomy, and the cricket has gone on at a nice pace. Mr. Manak, welcome back. You had the session just before lunch. It was a nice quiet session.
Nice quiet session. Good afternoon. Welcome back after lunch. It's the post-lunch session, day 2. South Africa A versus Sri Lanka A. And it's the second unofficial test match between these two teams. The first one, of course, in Kimberley, which Sri Lanka A won. And you're right, a quiet little session just before lunch. South Africa is trying to build a little bit of pressure and maybe just force Sri Lanka batters who are out there to maybe just play a loose stroke, test their patience a little. But they won down. They played well. 57 for 1. 1 wicket that did fall early before lunch. But South Africa will be hoping they can make some inroads early after lunch now.
It was Fernando that fell, caught by Tsepang Ditole at backward point of the bowling of Bayer Swanepoel. And since there, the partnership between Udara and Ratnayake has produced 30 runs, and it's just looked very solid, especially Udara has looked the part. So we see Michael Pretorius have the ball in hand. He's going to start off with his fourth over, the first one after lunch. And the wind is just blowing from his left shoulder to his right. It is a very menacing wind that's blowing. Udara just facing up his first delivery after lunch, just as watchful as ever. 28 of 51, and his partner Ratnayake is 15 of 40 deliveries. You can just see the umpire's shirt there on your screen, the wind blowing. It is and even the hair on Michael Pretorius, it is almost giving him a bit of a comb over.
Yeah, Udara's looked good. Played some positive strokes. Has a good delivery from Pretorius. Just around about top of 4th stump, asking a few questions. He's on 28.
Yeah.
Early on, with a couple of short deliveries, nice punch off the back foot, a few drives. He looked at a good intent, a nice positive approach, but also just before lunch, that half an hour or so, he'd be nice and patient. He's been prepared to leave a lot of deliveries.
Yeah, it was very explosive in that ODI that they played down in Potchefstroom in Northwest Province. This is one of those batters why they speak so highly of Udara, also the wicketkeeper for the Sri Lankan A side. He's 30 years of age. One does feel that it might be his last chance to maybe impress the national selectors for that A team. That's been struggling a little bit with exactly this, a bit of patience at the crease. So might be just been knocking on that door because he had a very good ODI series against the SAA and now showing his worth with the bat as well in the longer format. Oh, there's that movement in that we know Michael Pretorius does get off the seam.
Yeah, it's still overcast, still gloomy. I thought at some stage the sun may break through, but it hasn't. You did mention there's a possibility of some rain perhaps later on. This wind may keep the clouds away. Let's hope it does. Pretorius. Oh, something's happened. Has the bail dropped off perhaps? Yeah, I think it has.
The umpire keeping his arm out, but a wishful thinking that a man that size is going to stop dead in his tracks. Just hitting the umpire's arm. Bit of a chuckle there, no harm, no foul. But we just speak about bowling with the wind and against the wind. It does make it very, very difficult. Because the rhythm becomes very difficult in a gusty wind like this. Oh, lovely full pitch delivery. might feel that he missed out there. That could have been clipped off the leg through mid-wicket. What would the approach be from the bowlers here? Would it, like I said, the rhythm is difficult. What would you prefer being a fast bowler, with or a little bit of cross breeze against?
I think generally bowlers prefer a little bit of a cross breeze. I think if you've got a cross breeze, it allows you to swing the ball, and you can, depends which end you want to do, whether you prefer a little bit of a wave shape or shaping the ball in. A cross breeze also tends to help spinners a bit, because then you can get some nice drift. So yeah, it depends. I mean, I don't think too many bowlers enjoy bowling into a strong breeze or strong wind. Downwind also looks easier and can give you a little bit extra pace, but the ball doesn't swing as much, and also it can affect your rhythm. The jump, you can overstep and bowl no ball, so you've got to be quite watchful. So there's a few other factors involved, and as you said correctly, it does affect and impact your rhythm more than anything else. You know, and that's really important for a bowler. Rhythm is key, and that's everything. Once your rhythm's right, if you can bowl into a strong wind and you still can keep your rhythm, then you'll be fine. So, but there are some bowlers who don't mind bowling into a stiff breeze. Actually bowl well, because you can get the ball to shape and swing, even though you may not be able to do that from the other end.
Yeah, it's almost like a marathon runner running up and down the hill. You need to pace yourself, and one is better with one than the other. Normally, some people prefer running uphill, some people prefer running downhill. As we see Mpongwana coming in from the further end.
He's been tight, eh? He hasn't given anything away. I think it's just the one boundary, which was a thick outside edge, ran away to third man, but apart from that, he's given away absolutely nothing. He's bowling good areas outside off stump and playing the patience game.
He's a very lanky bowler. Ken Borland alluded to him. He does have a bit of a Jason Holder feel to him. Still about a metre or so short from Jason Holder.
Well, there's been a field change. There was a slip in a gully. Now the slip's come out, the widey slip, and it's moved to square leg. So they've got now a short mid-wicket, square leg, and a mid-on, as well as a fine leg. So there's one extra fielder on the leg side compared to before lunch.
Yeah, and they also have that very catching point as well. That's about 10 meters off the pitch.
Correct.
It's also not even walking in, so it's a very tight catching cordon that they feel. The lateral movement wasn't there. We thought there might be a bit with the new ball, so there wasn't much. You can just see the big frame there of the replacement. Patrick Kruger, the right arm fast. Find out who is he replaced on the field.
So I think, but very often, a simple field placing, and in this instance, it's just one fielder. And if you're better, just the one fielder that got moved from slip to square leg already is an indication for you as to what line the ball is going to bowl. Because prior to lunch, he's bowling very wide outside off stump, taken the slip, moved him across to the leg side, which now already tells you that he's going to try and bowl straighter. A lot more, maybe not all the time, but he's going to be looking to try and bowl perhaps LBW balls straighter, force him to play across his front pad, what have you. There we go. And you can see that line is now a lot straighter compared to before lunch. He's bowling wide outside off stump.
And especially with these two batters moving across their stumps so far, because they end up on almost outside off stump, that they feel that short mid-wicket might just come into play if they actually bowl one a little bit fuller, just picked off the legs.
So he's got protection both sides, which means that he can still float the one wider and maybe see if he can induce an outside edge or chip up into the covers some way to one of those fielders. So he can still push an odd wide ball floater maybe, but generally he has the protection to bowl nice and straight as well.
As you see there, and again as you can see that Ratnayaka is completely outside that off stump, covering it nicely. And I think that's Mpongwana's strength at this stage, is just stick to that line and that length. Just keep bowling at the batter. If the batter is moving across, fine, let him move across. I'm going to hit my areas. You mentioned the protection. There's 3 catching options very close to the bat. Force the batter to do something different. Oh, we can just hear the wind howling from where we're sitting. The 3 little pigs need to be careful. Oh, what a delivery that was. Just look at Musami just looking up in the sky and says, how did he miss that? Exactly what you were talking about. That line, that length, just probing outside that off stump. Great delivery.
Yeah, so prior to lunch, what he was doing is he was bowling predominantly wide outside off stump, and then his variation was the one that was straight. Now, what he's doing is bowling straight most of the time, and then his variation is the one that's maybe nipping away. So it's just a slight change in tactics, how they're going about their business, South Africans. But it does show that they're thinking, you know, about different tactics, strategies, which is nice. Good to see. There we go. There we go. He's done it. It's worked. Brilliant bit of bowling and good captaincy as well. Nice bit of thinking from the South Africans. And you can see just the way Mpangwana was bowled, the tightness. He was giving nothing away. And then the way the field was set, it was more than likely something was bound to happen. But that's a good bit of cricket from South Africa.
Ratnayake is the one to fall for 15. He faced 46 deliveries, and Devil Brevis taking a very sharp catch to his left. And it's that way nip that you mentioned once again. And the patience running out, pushing at this one very hard. Okay, just going harder and immediately turning around. Great catch. And great captaincy by Neil Brunt as well.
And also, I mean, the line now is forcing the batter, as you mentioned earlier, forcing him to play a lot more balls, whereas earlier on, before lunch, it was very wide, and batter could basically leave 6 balls if he wanted to. You know, so you're waiting for the batter to make a mistake and waiting for him to lose patience and go chase the wide one. Where now, every ball is a question. He's got to play every ball. If he misses, LBW comes into play. Bowl is in. There's a lot more forms of dismissal, and a question being asked almost every single ball.
As you see, Surya Bandara coming into the crease, his 40th match, 59 innings, 2,882 runs, and look at that average, closing in on 55, best of 242, and only 24 years old. He's definitely one that's knocking on the door with 13 50s and 800s. Great conversion rate there as well.
800s, yeah, that tells a story, doesn't it? And the average 54, that's fantastic.
Last game scored a 61 in the first innings down in Kimberley and a 22. That was the last ball of the over. Michael Pretorius going into Udara. Oh, that one hit him hard on the glove. That's going to leave a mark. Oh, that's sore. You might just see the fissure running out. Those are never pleasant.
There's a few, one before lunch as well. I think the over before lunch from Pretorius, one ball just took off of a length. So I have a sense of pitch may just speed up a bit as it gets harder compared to yesterday when it was much softer.
Just see the wicket here again, just forcing the bat to play hard hands. Great catch by Devil Brevis. Great captaincy by Neil Brandt. Oh, Pretorius. This one might just be a bit shorter as well as Udara. Oh, soft hands. 57 for the loss of 2 of the successful over. Wicket picked up in the previous over. But you've alluded to it previously, is all that pressure that's been built in front, just that half an hour before lunch, where there was almost no runs scored. Mpangwana has gone for the 4 runs that was squirted down just past that short third man. Other than that, being very tight, and I think they just wanted to get on top of him. Oh, this one just straying onto the hip of Udara. Not the worst result for SAA, as Surya Bandara will be facing his first delivery.
That's
20 overs gone. Where do you see this match? Who would be the happier of the two camps?
I think at the moment it's pretty even Stevens. I think South Africa overnight would probably be in a little bit of an advantage. I think they were in a good position, particularly with Brunt at the crease, and then the fact that they then got bowled out for 334 probably made things quite even. But we had to wait and see also how the pitch plays. And you can only really see that once both teams are batted. So I think it's still very much in the balance. I mean, you still got Udara there and then Surya Bandra, the quality players. So one of them gets stuck in, the game could very much swing in their favour if one of them gets a big knock, or maybe even both of them. So South Africa are trying to see if they can get noses ahead here, pick up another wicket. Then I think they'll probably be ahead. I reckon.
I feel that it's almost the same situation where South Africa was with the wicket of Neil Brandt. While he was at the crease, there was partnerships forming around him, and while Udara's at the crease, they feel the same for Sri Lanka. While he's there, they feel that the partnerships can form around him, just like we did around Neil Brandt. You mentioned it at the start of our commentary stint that not a lot of batters have gone to that 50 mark. The closest was Deval Brevis at 49. It was only Neil Brandt who went past the 50 mark and then past 100 as well. And it could be, as you mentioned, just that little bit of something in the deck, forcing that one or two false shots, that lapse in concentration.
And also it's not, I mean, it looks a decent wicket, but I don't think it's a pitch that's still coming onto the bat as easy. So as a batter, technically you need to play the ball under your eyes. You can't just go ahead of you. We saw what happened with, is it Fernando, the opening batter, going lunging in front of him. And he did that once or twice. He played a couple of good cover drives, but sometimes technically if you tend to just wait and drive without getting low, your head nice and low and playing the ball under your eyes, you can edge balls. That happened now with the previous wicket and also with Fernando earlier. So both wickets are balls that kind of just, I would say, jagged a little, stopped a little, and batters technically not really getting low and on top of the ball. So it is a bad pitch that I think if bowlers bowl well will still test you.
Oh, as we see there, as you mentioned it, just look at him squaring up the brand new batter Surya Bandra. There's that little bit of juice that's still in the wicket. And because it's not very hot, that moisture will stay there. And just reminding everyone that it is in South Africa, we're coming out of our winter season. As we see the National Super League 4-day tournaments 2024. Fernando is the leading run scorer there, with Surya Bandra being second on that list. And look at those averages, 68 and 67. Oh my goodness. And another man that's involved in this match as well, Sunal Dhanusha.
He's the left-arm spinner, isn't he? He's got a decent batting record. He's got a very good batting record. Look at that average of 59 as a left-arm spinner.
Yeah, we got him.
Lovely all-rounder.
We got him on our list as coming in probably around about the middle order, from maybe in next 5 or 6 is where he'll come in. But yeah, just coming out of that winter stint, no rain throughout the winter. So getting the fields green in South Africa means a lot of water resources, and because it's not as hot yet, that moisture tends to stay in the deck, which gives us that soft feel to it. You mentioned it earlier as well. It just makes the pitch a little bit softer, and that just makes the ball stick, as we'll call it. Maybe it holds up in the pitch as it reaches you. There's just that ball on the hip, just waiting for that one to move away again. And all of a sudden, after that wicket, just all the SAA players just a lot more vocal.
Body language, there's good energy there at the moment from the South Africans. And the lengths are good. They're bowling a good little spell here from both bowlers. Good partnership developing. That short mid-wicket, that ball wasn't too far away from him. See if the length is right, and he tries to work it to the leg side, both square leg as well as that short mid wicket come into play.
Oh, this one is thrashed, and great fielding by the captain Neil Brandt. Got it on the pickup. You can just see the smile there. He enjoyed that.
Yeah, big drive and a lovely bit of fielding.
Is it a little bit of frustration from Udara? coming in there. Maybe just try and overhit that one where we saw in the beginning of his innings. He was timing it beautifully.
He's trying to see if we can convert that slightly over pitch ball, but still a decent length. Trying to convert it into a half volley. Jumping into it. Feels still very square on the offside, so there's nobody straight. Like there isn't a straight mid-on, mid-off. Feelers are a little bit square, and it probably talks to the type of lengths that South Africa are looking to bowl.
Oh, lovely deflection there. And Detole just couldn't get down. This ball will race it down to the fence. And lovely little deft touch there by Udara.
Yeah, he played this one nice and late, and I think that's what I've seen so far from Udara this morning. Plays the ball late, and you can see he just allows the ball to come under his eyes, nice and late, allows the ball to hit the bat as opposed to previous shot where he went hard at the ball, and this time he just deflected it down towards third man. I don't think Pangwana was too happy. He's got the old teapot out, the hands on hips, and let me look at his teammate, Vittoria there at point, who should have stopped that one, but rolled over it.
A little bit of London Bridge. Went over that one. One of those instances where you don't look up to the bowler.
Or the captain.
You can see he didn't like that. He tried to dig that one a little bit shorter. Just misdirecting it. I don't mind this from Pongwana. Not a lot of pull shots have come off, as there's a bit of a chat there with the Udara. And it looks like Jean du Plessis. Sorry, it's Ackerman there. Picking up the ball now. Probably asked him, just hit me one. I just want to field one. I just want to be part of the game. As we come to an end of another over, it is 22 gone. It's 62 for the loss of 2. And great fight back here by SAA. Lost a cluster of wickets this morning, with the first one being Neil Brandt, who fell into the trap. And then the seamers just cleaned us up in about 25 minutes this morning.
Yeah, it all happened very quickly, didn't it? It just sped up very quickly.
Michal Pretorius into Surya Bandara. Very good play in his own right. 24 years of age, Surya Bandara. Another one that's just looked the part throughout the tour. We saw with our previous tours when India A came to visit, there was a couple of those players who got called up after that visit to our shores. Got called up to the main teams. Hopefully one or two of these players will get the same treatment. It's just on the hip, work down to fine leg. Pongwana got a lot of work to do. Just could not stop the second. That was a pretty big arm. That was against the wind.
It's still bumpy outfield because we haven't had rains up in the high veld in Gauteng yet. We're in Mpumalanga now, eh? This part of the country.
Not yet. This is still Eastern Gauteng.
Eastern Gauteng, is it?
Eastern Gauteng, and then after this it'll become Mpumalanga. Again, just straying on the hips again, just finding that gap. Are they going to double up? Yes, they are. Pongwana getting the throw in, and that would have been close. That was maybe taking on the wrong person's arm.
Correct. Scampered back for the second. Good running, you could say, in the end, but good positive running, but flirting there.
Maybe
Probably.
felt that he had wind at his back.
Yeah, that's a good bit of fielding.
Clean
Attack the
pickup.
ball. Oh,
Good run in there, good technique, got the bat nice and low, slid it in. Great work there by Mpungwana. He's probably going to still come in and bowl the next over, so he won't be happy to with Michael Pretorius. Dropping it on the hips, making him work 2 balls in a row there on fine leg. There we go, much better line, much better length.
I'm just wondering if you look at the line that Pretorius is bowling, it may be worth them getting one field across, very similar to the field that they've got from Mpungwana, where maybe get a square leg. If you look at the way the last 2 scoring shots have been worked off the hip, one down to fine leg, one to backward square leg, get a short mid wicket in there, and then Pretorius can comfortably bowl a straighter line without having being worked off his hips.
Oh, there's a bit of movement away from the right hander. He's been angling all of them in. And I agree with you. And even with his normal delivery coming into the right hander, maybe even have a leg gully in there. Just with the one, and you can always move your long leg a bit wider.
Leg gully or short square leg, but because a short mid wicket, because those positions, I mean, you saw the last South African wicket, also short cover, ball hit slightly upish. It's not easy for batters to control the ball, so those little short cover, short mid wicket positions can be quite handy on a pitch like this.
What a lovely stroke. Surya Bandara just showing a bit of class there, doing what Udara did. And great running by the 2 as well. It was a lovely shot on the up.
It wasn't exactly a half volley either, but he leaned into it, good hands, and just guided that through the gap between the fielders. Some good cricket, good patience here from Udara and Surya Bandara. 68 for 2 as Sri Lanka. They trail now by 256 runs.
You see Surya Bandara just trying to catch his breath there. Might be a little bit too thick. CSA 4-day series division. Marcus Ackerman. Look at that average. Highest run scorer 571. And then Tristan Stubbs and Rian Mulder. Reason why they got called up to the Protea sides. 9 innings and 11 innings. But look at the Tristan Stubbs average. 80.28.
And that's largely because of the 302 not out.
That always helps.
Big score.
Always helps. And then Rian Mulder was just a consistent performer. And even his strike rate was pretty good as well.
And then Rivala Munsam is a very good season as well. Excellent season. So also well deserved call up for him.
And you'll see all those names are featured in this match.
Correct.
So it shows that the selectors are rewarding great seasons. Rewarding, as we see another one. So Brian, after 69 matches, getting a bit of a bowl. We're wondering when spin will be introduced. His best 7 for 52. Age 30 years, also feel that it might be his last burst to impress. 8 5-wicket hauls and 2 10-wicket hauls. And for a spinner, a very good average at 29. Udara will be facing up. Played spin very, very well in the ODIs. Most subcontinent teams are very astute in playing spin.
It's very much an in-out feel here. So Brian, he's got a slip, he's got a short square leg. Those 2 attacking fielders, and then he's got a deep point, long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg. So there's 4 fielders out on the boundary, and probably wants to settle in and find his rhythm before he starts to bring 1 or 2 of them up slowly.
Lovely delivery, very well played, very much down. As we see Jean du Plessis under the helmet there. But also noticeable that all the gentlemen on the leg side boundary is about 10 meters off the fence, with mid-wicket even being as far as 15 meters off the fence.
Yeah, I don't think they're really there for the catch or the big hit. I think they're more there just to, not give a boundary. So you're just pushing them back, allow him to settle down. He's just starting out with his spell, so I think from a spinner, the psychology of a spinner, it's so important to understand that you're not going to pick up 3, 4, 5 wickets in your first 5 overs. Probably going to happen in the 17th, 18th, 19th over. You need to be able to settle down and bowl long spells.
Oh, reverse sweep coming in. A lovely time reverse sweep down to a vacant third man. Against the turn, but very well executed.
Yeah, very well played. As a bowler, I must say I wouldn't mind this too much, because you don't mind the spinner trying to take you on and play a few high-risk shots. It's got a leg side, predominantly leg side field, so he can afford to bowl straighter lines. You miss that one, could be in a bit of trouble. But that's well executed. Sorry, Bandra. And now batters play that shot in their sleep. They practice it so often, particularly with T20 cricket.
And now the conventional sweep comes in. Well, there is protection there, as you mentioned, just making sure it cuts down to the 1. Just showing that he can play both sides of the wicket, Surya Bandara. And I also wouldn't mind him playing that reverse shot if I was Subrian. Maybe just drag the length back a little bit. That length was just perfect to play that reverse sweep. Maybe just get the length back a little bit. That's where you want to be, especially with your silly square under the helmet. $74 for the loss of 2 wickets after 24 overs, and partnership has moved on to 17 as I make way for the man with all the knowledge after this next over. Ken Borland will be joining me as Hussain quickly makes way. Always a pleasure, Mr. Borland.
Good afternoon, Gert. Good afternoon, listeners. As Miguel Pretorius is continuing from the Harper Avenue end, the Captain Sri Bandara on strike. Yeah, he sticks nicely to that channel, does Miguel Pretorius. Good place to bowl.
Especially with Surya Bandara, that's not quite set yet. He's faced 12 deliveries, played 1 or 2 nice shots, 1 or 2 cheeky ones as well. Played a lovely shot on the up from Miguel Pretorius. But he has been down on his haunches, almost like he's struggling to catch his breath. Maybe a very long tour for him thus far.
Well, they've spent all their time on the high veld, Sri Lanka, so it can't be adapting to the altitude. They've been in Potchefstroom, Kimberley, and now Benoni, so it won't be that. I think, even that lovely shot that Suri Bandara hit on the up through the covers that you mentioned, that'll give the bowler hope though. If he just keeps it outside off stump, if he gets the length slightly wrong, Surya Bandara, or there's a little bit of movement, the bowler could be in business. One fancies the Sri Lanka A captain as a bit of a stroke player. Likes to get on with it.
It's one of those things as a captain where you're almost happy when someone gets hit over the head for a boundary or a big shot being taken off him, like we saw with that first over from Sir Brian, just the reverse sweep coming out immediately. You don't mind that sort of thing because it does show intent by the batter to take you on, and also, as long as they're playing shots, it gives you an opportunity.
What was third ball, reverse sweep, seemed very early in the spinner's first over. Good bowling still by Pretorius.
Been getting the outswinger going. In-swinger not really nipping in as much as we used to from Miguel Pretorius. Keep reverting back to that very first wicket that he took in that first 4-day match that they played.
So we had 18 overs before the lunch break of this innings, so this ball will still have a little bit of shine to it, but one does feel that there's not a huge amount of assistance for the bowlers here. So once you've spoken about the wicket, do you feel that maybe South Africa are going into a little bit of a holding mode in this middle session?
I like the field. There's enough attacking there. You can see that there's a little bit of thought going into it. We're not just going South Africa A, according to the captain, not just going through the motions.
On the bounce to slip. I think it didn't carry. Wicketkeeper Moonsamy is very excited. He thinks it's carried, but no one else really thinks so.
It was a lovely delivery, and as soon as we said that they're putting some thought into it, you see this one just dropping short from Patrick it is Marcus Ackerman there. Oh, lovely pickup. Oh, we saw it in the beginning stage as well. Even with the new hard ball, the ball not carrying to that second slip, the same fielder was there as well. So it's a point of maybe that slip, because he's not a conventional first slip, maybe getting in a meter or so more in, because especially from this end that they're bowling at, that Michael Pretorius is bowling at, we've seen one or two balls dying on the keeper, picking it up on the bootlaces. So getting that edge with soft hands will necessarily not carry to your slips or your gullies.
It's been a slowish pitch all along, and today's been overcast throughout, so the drying out process, the speeding up of the pitch perhaps hasn't happened as much as you would normally expect. The danger of the slips coming up, of course, is if the edge comes from the flashing drive. So it's a bit of a trade-off. Here's Sir Brian again. And no, there's a chance at the bowler's end, because non-striker Udara was charging down. But no, not too many alarms there.
No, you wanted the quick one.
Oh!
And comfortable single for the captain, Sri Yabandara. Sir Brian is known as one of the sort of quicker spinners around in our domestic game. You can see he's getting it through, certainly. He's now going to change to around the wicket to Lahiru Udara. Your thoughts on this move, Kat?
Very interesting. You can see that the fine leg has moved on to a deep backward square as well. Also got that mid wicket halfway between the circle and the fence. The only thing that I can think of is that there's not a lot of purchase on the deck. There's not a lot of turn. If there's any turn, it's a little bit of slow turn.
There was a little bit of turn yesterday on the first day, but it was slow. It was definitely slow turn, and I don't think it's going to be particularly quick today either. Oh, reverse sweep beats him. There was a little bit of bounce and a bit of purchase with that delivery.
This is what Sir Brian does get. He does get a bit of extra bounce. He does leave it from very high, and he's got a very good top spinner that gives you that extra bit of oomph off the deck. So maybe taking out the reverse sweep and just concentrating on the conventional sweep.
Although the conventional sweep is well defended, as we just see a single to deep square third man, because there is a deep mid wicket and a deep fine leg and a short fine leg. So perhaps playing with Udara's thinking a bit there, enticing him into the reverse sweep. Sir Brian back to over the wicket to Surya Bandara. Tony's in quickly, but the batters are quicker. Overthrows. And, yes, he's just managed to haul that back in as Miguel Pretorius to stop it being 4 overthrows, but I think they're going to get 4 runs in total anyway.
Let's see, Michael Pretorius he almost looked like it just fell on that elbow. That funny bone can be a very, very not so funny injury. It's very sore.
Yeah, and they're employing quite a thick rope around the outfield here. Maybe he landed on that. He does not look comfortable. He's still in quite a lot of pain, which is a worry.
Patrick Kruger just coming up. We see Michael Pretorius just going off, and it is that right arm of his. So this will be a bit of a concern for SAA.
He's just had a look under the covers. I wonder if he landed on something under the covers. That's what's done him a mischief. Anyway, the end of the Sir Brian over. It's 80 for 2. And the return of Bayer Swanepoel, who took the new ball. So far he's bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 19. Got to see the wicket of the opener, Nuwanindu Fernando. Fernando, of course, pushed up the order today to open the batting, because in the first 4-day game we had Oshada Fernando opening the batting. And what a match he had in Kimberley. Scoring 80 and 122, and he's been rewarded, the news has come out today, with a place in the Sri Lanka Test squad for their 2 tests against New Zealand coming up in Sri Lanka. So I suppose not too much surprise that he's been recalled after his wonderful efforts on this tour. Oshada Fernando, very, very impressed by him when he came on the test tour a few years ago when Sri Lanka beat South Africa 2-0 in the test series. He looked a really exciting young batter, someone for the future for Sri Lanka. So it's been a little bit of a surprise that he's kind of been on the outside, but certainly showed his class in Kimberley.
Let's give you a bit of a Rohit Sharma feel to it, where he's in and out and the expectation is high. He's not quite delivering, just waiting for him to mature, for him to get those big runs, big innings under the belt.
Something clicks, doesn't it? It's certainly the case with Rohit Sharma. I can remember the days when he was considered almost a little bit of a bunny for South Africa's pace bowlers to start with. But goodness, he punished them severely in the last few years. Nicely worked by Surya Bandara. Just a single though. Some energetic fielding. By Sir Brian.
Swanepoel just starting off nicely, changing ends. Having a chat with Neil Brandt, saying, hold on, I might just have seen something. I've liked Neil Brandt's captaincy. He's been very involved, spoken a lot to his bowlers, a lot to his fielders.
Oh, what a shot that is. Whipped off the hip, and it goes racing into the boundary. Oh, Lahiru Udara, that was cavalier.
I'm pretty sure that wasn't the discussion that Neil Brandt and Bayer Swanepoel just had. But again, just look at the controls. He knows that that fielder is behind square and there's no one in front. And just that short arm jab, just working it into the gap again. It's the second pull shot is played like that with conviction. Getting it right behind it.
There was a lot of swagger about that shot. And it takes Udara to 42. 85 for 2 now, the total. They've managed to recover the ball from beneath the benches in the main grandstand.
Bit of a Aravinda de Silva swagger there. Lovely wrists coming through the line.
Yeah, what a batsman Aravinda was. Good reply though by the bowler Swanepoel to end the over. It's 85 for 2, and Sri Lanka A still trail by 249 runs.
Yeah, deficit just under the 250 mark. And look, this is almost like eating an elephant. You want to take small bites. So they'll just be counting off the tens to get it underneath that 200 mark and then carrying on. Don't think these two are very experienced, although they're not. Udara is 30 years old. Surya Bandara, a 24-year-old, has played a lot of matches. I don't think they'll get flustered with the situation. They would just allow the bowlers to bowl at them and then capitalize, as we saw on anything worth scoring.
So Sir Brian is now bowling around the wicket to Surya Bandara as well. He initially switched for Udara, stayed over for Surya Bandara in the previous over, but sticking with around the wicket for this over. Nicely worked.
Batter just needs to be careful there. The non-striker just coming way across the pitch. Might get a bit of a friendly tap on the finger, saying no running across the pitch, please.
Umpire of the year, Alauddin Palika. I'm sure you'll have a close eye on that. Honoured recently at the Cricket South Africa Awards as the South African Umpire of the Year and the Umpire's Umpire of the Year. Yep, they'll get the one comfortably through mid-wicket. And Alauddin Palika has also made it onto the international panels now, so well done to him.
Again, just hear the wind in our background, just howling. It is a massive wind blowing.
It's not cold though. It's a nice temperature, but the wind is really blustery out there. Still totally overcast here in Benoni. Tiny bit of turn again for Sir Brian.
But again, very slow turn. There's nothing really gripping and turning.
Yeah, it's day 1.5, I guess. We shouldn't expect too much.
Okay, just firing into those legs.
Got it fine enough to beat the short fine leg, Jean Duplessis. So a nice little single there for Surya Bandara to end the over. 87 for 2.
Let's move on to 43 as Udara of 76. Partnership is matured up to about 32. No risks taken, just lovely cricket shots, just working the ones, working the twos.
So far, I think the good thing about Lahiru Udara is that he's been able to shift gears a bit. He's been able to just absorb periods of pressure where the bowlers have been on top. He hasn't got impatient, hasn't given it away.
To be relaxed Sri Lankan camp, the dugout sitting there.
It's been a good day for them so far. Wrapped up the SAA innings with the addition of just 18 more runs. They posted 334 and 89 for 2. You would say they're in a pretty solid position. Here's Swanepoel again.
Also on your screen there, we saw Cody Yusuf just enjoying something to munch on. Patrick Kruger got the bip on again. He's a 12th man. Michael Pretorius is back on the park. Still playing with that right arm of his. Still a little bit uncomfortable. It's normally what happens when you fall on that arm. It's just that little numbness that sinks into that muscle.
Yeah, like a lamey, I guess, especially if you do hit your funny bone. definitely the poorest anatomical name going around, because there's definitely nothing funny about it at all when you get it there. Swished away, and a bit of sloppy fielding will allow the second.
Luto Sapamla, who's actually a very good fielder. He would not like that on his high standards, and bowler would not appreciate that either, nor the captain.
In mitigation, we will give him that the ball's racing over the square, and there does seem to be a bit of a depression, a bit of a hollow, where you can get uneven bounce from there. .46 now to Udara. Surya Bandara on strike on 16. Reaching for the drive a bit.
Surya Bandara has looked the most expansive of the two players. Udara played one shot out of character, and from there he's been playing it nice and late. Lovely patient innings of 46 thus far, 77 deliveries.
I guess Surya Bandara is your classical number 4, where the teams always used to have their stroke player, their most aggressive batter in at number 4. Bit of shape in there from Sonapur, well covered though by Surya Bandara.
Yeah, but your number 4, number 5 is more your flashy players. Got a bit of flair to them. That's why you never want to expose them too early. Number 3 almost becomes a backup opener.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Australia have always had a slightly different approach to that, where traditionally they put their best batter at number 3. I mean, you think of the Ricky Pontings, those sort of guys, they were certainly stroke players.
Yeah, if you look at that setup, everyone around him was a bit of a stroke player as well. I mean, that was the era where you had Haydos right on top, Matthew Hayden, who was absolutely smashing it. Lanka was almost just feeding Haydos the strike. Then you had Ponting coming in. You had a young Michael Clark after that. And then only the Gilchrists and the Bevans and those guys came into play. So what a lineup that was.
Well, imagine when you've toiled as a bowler for 80, 90 overs, you've got Australia 370 for 5, and Adam Gilchrist walks to the crease. End of the Sonapur over. It's 392 for 2, rather.
Yeah, it's 92 for 2 after 29. A lovely turnaround there. It was a very good over there by Swanepoel. The 3 coming from it due to the misfield by Luto Sapamla. Other than that, a very nice tidy over. You just see the wind there. You can see the South African flag struggling there on the left. It is a gushing wind.
It blew a lot yesterday, and if anything, I think it might be even stronger today.
If you just look at the trees on the far end, it is really giving it a workout. The CSA flags around the ground as well. It's a twirling wind.
Yeah, the spinner I think is bowling kind of into it. It's a crosswind, but it is more into the bowler operating from the chalet's end, which as a spinner is what you want. Get some flight, get some dip going. Not that Sir Brian's a huge flighter of the ball. You see they're pretty flat, left on the pads but too high.
He slowed that one down to his previous overs. That was a lot slower through there. Not a lot of flight, as you mentioned, but he did bowl that a little bit slower. Saw Neil Brand just having a bit of a chat to him before that. Said, listen, let's just slow it down, let them create the pace on the delivery.
Oh, slashed away. Not superbly timed, so the point will get across to keep it to a couple. Yeah, I guess on a slow pitch, the batsmen are kind of hoping for some pace to work with. So as a spinner, good idea to maybe deny them that.
And Mr. Marag alluded to it, that the ball just sticking a little, just that little moisture still on the deck.
Oh yeah, something down.
Or just evading a diving Sir Brian, but no chance of a run there.
And in conditions like this, there's not huge assistance from the pitch, so the spinner, if he wants to get wickets, is going to have to rely on wearing down the batsman's patience or on cunning, on deceiving them. It's pulled away down to fine leg.
A very interesting position he got himself into there.
Almost like a duck hook here.
It did look almost like a seamer that rushed him.
Yeah.
But I think it's that extra bounce from Sir Brian that we talked about. He was going for the conventional sweep, and not just that little bit of bounce just forced him into that almost surprised hook.
Hooking a spinner doesn't happen very often, but that was as close as you'll get probably. Just tucked away for one there, but Sir Brian is getting good bounce. That is the one thing that's definitely in his favour at the moment, which will make him tricky to sweep.
Which I'll hope for.
Udara on the brink of a half century.
Oh yeah, something.
Not going to get it there. So another over goes by. That's 12 overs we've had since the lunch break, and Sri Lanka have added 49 runs, or rather 39 runs to their total to go to 96. South Africa have picked up the wicket of Ratnanaike for 15. 96 for 2. Sri Lanka still trailing by 242 runs. And the Easterns practice match away over the fine leg boundary as we look now has come to an end, or maybe they're having lunch. It's bound to be a T20 game because that's what the domestic season is starting with. Here's Swanepoel, and two men in catching now, really a short point and a short extra cover, and that went between the two of them to extra cover.
And this is what we've been talking about, is at least SA hasn't gone defensive, although wickets have been few and far in between. Credit to Sri Lanka, they've been able to put a little bit of partnerships together. 27, this one 39, previous one also in the 30s. And mostly because of that man Udara that is still there, opened up the batting, and while he's there, just like Neil Brand did in the SAA innings, he'll keep everything together. SA will feel if they can see the back of him, then they might be in for a shot, maybe get 2 or 3 more.
Yeah, they've been very similar sort of innings. Cut off by that short point. So Neil Brunt, the mainstay of the South Africa A total of 334, made a superb 129. He was at the crease for 7.25 hours, faced 253 balls, 12 fours and a 6, and batted through yesterday, only got out this morning.
A lot of patience shown in that innings. 175 dots bowled at him.
That one came back in. That was very nicely bowled by Swanepoel. The batsman's been dealing mostly with deliveries going slightly away from him. That one shaped back in. Bit of a tight leave.
I don't think he expected this one to come in as much as that did. You just see both these Sri Lankan batters. They love Surya Bandara and Udara to get right on that fifth stump when they go across. Does bring LBW into play, but oh, they're so good off their legs. We were talking about batters and great batters. Steve Smith is one of those batters that would want you to bowl at his legs all day, every day. Although in the last season or so, he has fallen victim to a couple of LBWs.
I think as you get older, the eyesight's not quite as good because, you know, you're relying on wonderful hand-eye coordination if you're always going to be picking fast bowlers off your pads, off the stumps. But as Hussain Manak said earlier, on the slower pitches, it becomes easier, and that's why so many subcontinent batsmen are so good off their legs. It's the end of the over, 96 for 2, 31 gone.
And a maiden over for Bayer Swanepoel there. Partnership still on 39. Surya Bandara 17 of 40 deliveries. Udara is 49 of 83.
And he'll have strike now against Penellan Subrian. Quite a few gaps where he can get a single, and he's 50. There's a big gap between short fine leg and mid wicket. Only 2 men on the offside in front of square, mid off and cover.
Oh yeah.
And there we go. He's worked it through that mid wicket gap, and a very tidy half century by Lahiru Udara, giving Sri Lanka a solid platform.
Yeah, just living up to his reputation there is Lahiru Udara.
Oh yeah.
50 up, played very well in the ODIs. He is one of the batters that this Sri Lankan A side look to for guidance. It's also their wicket keeper, so
Oh yeah.
his reading off the pitch as they scamper through for a quick single will be invaluable once they get onto the park again.
Yeah, he didn't keep though in the South Africa A first innings. That was Vishad Randika. But perhaps he'll keep in the second innings here, much like South Africa have been doing, rotating their gloved men.
See a bit of a console there between Munsami and also Ackerman. Just having a bit of a chat with Subrian. Munsami just seeing something maybe on the angle.
Always important for the wicketkeeper to communicate a lot with the bowler, especially the spinners.
Oh yeah. Sufi.
Driven not entirely convincingly.
Well, the first time Liru Udara has actually played a little bit of a false shot, almost fetching that one. Could be subject to that pitch just sticking.
Again, similar sort of shot. He was looking, he wasn't trying to play that as straight as the previous delivery.
What's up there? Oh yeah.
That could have been the chatter that Munsami has had. So Brian said maybe just push it across.
Yes, he's changed his line, Sir Brian, a bit. He was bowling a lot straighter, and then suddenly after that chat, bowling more outside the off stump. Just a bit short.
A lot quicker, a lot flatter. That one from Sir Brian. Definitely the chat worked. Made the said batter, Udara, look a little bit more uncomfortable.
And that is drinks in the afternoon session. Sri Lanka 98 for 2. Lahiru Udara has just gone to his 50, and Captain Prasindu Surya Bandara is on 18 not out. And we'll have a brief break, and when we come back, it'll be myself and Hussain Manak.
Welcome back to Willowmoore Park, Benoni, 98 for 2. Sri Lanka A against South Africa A. And good little session there for Sri Lanka A, because this partnership has now grown. Hero Udara has now moved on to 50, and with him his skipper Surya Bandra on 18 not out. So the partnership now with 41. And Base Swanepoel continues. Ball 8 overs, 1 for 27. Running away from us on a +3 windy day, Ken Boland. Still overcast. And when that rain eventually gets here, I think it will be a welcome rain, because everything's pretty dry in Highveld in Johannesburg, and this is defended solidly into the offside. So it's an interesting field, and overheard you talking before the end of the previous over from Subrian that he was bowling a little bit straighter and then bowled a couple of balls wide outside off stump. But what do you reckon? And we'll, when he bowls again, we'll just have a look at that field, because I'll open up one conversation about field placings with spinners. It's quite interesting, because many spin bowlers, in this form of the game, will like to come with attacking field placings. Some a little more defensive. Swanepoel, this is short and pulled away in front of square. He picked it up early, but that's going to be 4 runs from Surya Bandra. Lovely shot.
Yeah, not a great delivery from Swanepoel. It was a bit of a hit-me ball, but very well put away, certainly. Here's the replay.
Yeah, he did sit up.
Didn't have a whole lot behind it. That ball, and it was way too short.
Correct. It's just 3 fielders on the leg side, and this is another one in a similar area. And I mentioned leg side because I do think this field is a little offside heavy. I think you do need somebody in that mid-wicket area, and that may have stopped both, or if not at least one of those boundaries, because when you have a very heavily packed offside field, as a bowler, when you're running in, it's so difficult to bowl straight and attack the stump. So you tend to go wide outside off stump, and outside off stumps, I know you're playing the waiting game there, but you start eliminating a number of types of dismissal. Now when he does go straight, he doesn't have the protection, so you can easily leak boundaries. So they're having a chat now. Neil Brunt is skipper, and Swanepoel, and I suspect they may want to get one of those 2 short cover fielders across into mid-wicket, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah. We spoke about it earlier, about how the Sri Lankan batsmen step across to access the offside, but in a way they're trying to lure you, and you immediately think LBW risk, but they're trying to lure you into that. They're trying to get you to bowl too straight, because they are so strong off their pads. And I agree with you. There needed to be either one of the leg side boundary fielders to come in, or as they've done now, switching one of the offside fielders just into the ring.
Well, now they've actually moved actually moved both fielders, both of the short covers. They've moved them both across. So there's a short straight mid on, and then a short mid wicket as well. So now the line's going to be much straighter. And I mean, I do agree with having cover on both sides, very similar to Pongwana when he was bowling earlier. He bowled good pressure, but you kind of had fielders both sides, nice feel you can bowl good lengths and bowl straight lines. That gives you better protection, I think, as a bowler. It brings in all forms of dismissal.
And I think, as the ball now starts to get old, as we're into the 33rd over, it's a pretty placid pitch. You want to keep as many modes of dismissal in play as you can, and
oh, there's a little chip up now. That's his Murphy's Law, isn't it? They had 2 fielders on the offside, exactly there for that. And whether it would have gone to one of those fielders, we don't know exactly. But now they've all got their hands on hips and going we just moved the 2 fielders out, and now he chips one to the offside. But that's how it goes.
I think it might have been over the fielder's head.
Possibly,
yeah. Replay. But I'm not too sure about. You'll see the very straight short mid on there. Jean Duplessis with the number 10 on his back.
Yeah, I mean, I like a short catcher both sides of the wicket, keep a short mid wicket and a short cover, which covers both sides, because if the bat is driving and the ball just stops, which it is on this pitch, then you're giving yourself a chance of a wicket both sides. That's the end of the over. 33 bowled, 107 for 2. Lahiru Udaran, 50 not out. It was certainly a well played 50. Ken Boland batted beautifully up front. He was nice in attacking, good positive intent. Wasn't shy to put the bad balls away, even with the new ball. And then before lunch, he dug in and was nice and patient, played the waiting game. Every time something loose popped up, he jumped on it. He's been batting nicely. And then Surya Bandra, he looks a class player, doesn't he? So these two, and partnership is now with, well, it's a 50 partnership, by the way, you just missed that. So 50 partnership up. And South Africa will try and see if we can get a breakthrough here. Now, another little conversation taking place. Who's having a chat with Subrian there? Ken, can you spot that on your binoculars?
So it's a Ditole having a word there. And I think we are going to see quite a few conversations in this afternoon session, because it's going to require a lot of thinking by South Africa. It's going to require good plans and maybe different plans to try and get this breakthrough.
Brian straight, tucked away to the leg side. There's an attempted single. And non-striker, this occasion, Udara has to rush back, turn around and scamper back into his crease. It wasn't as square as he initially thought it was.
It's the second time he's come charging from the non-striker's end today. The run-up would be a real gift of a wicket to the home side.
Well bowled, well played. So it's a waiting game here. I'm just wondering if perhaps, because it's obviously now about building pressure and waiting for the mistake. They've got enough cover on the leg side. They've got 3 men out and long on, deep mid wicket and deep backward square leg. And then there's that mid wicket. Ditole is in there at mid wicket and a short fine leg. So the leg side's pretty well protected. And then the sweeper out deep backward square leg. That's an interesting position, and I suspect that's probably more for his wrong one or for the reverse sweep, so that he doesn't leak boundaries. So stringing a few dot balls together here is Subrian.
Squeeze one more, Subzi. Squeeze one more, Subzi. Squeeze one more,
Good to see
boy.
that there is still a slip in place, especially bowling around the wicket. He does have the ball that just goes straight on across the right-hander.
Good Subzi, good Subzi.
Could get the edge.
The other thing about bowling on a windy day, this one, it's a little squarer, good bit of feeling from both the fielders. Ditole and the short fine leg, is that, trying to see, who's the number 10, Ken?
Duplessis, Jean Duplessis.
So Duplessis, good bit of feeling from both of them. Both attacked the ball because they were looking for the one there. So good tight over.
You were saying about the other thing about bowling in the wind.
Yeah, I mean it does as a spinner, depending on which way the wind is blowing, if you're bowling into a breeze or not, it can give you a bit of assistance, bit of drip, bit of dip. And many good spinners over the years enjoyed bowling into the breeze. Spinners, the young spinners, as they grow up, tend to think I'm going to bowl downwind because it's difficult for batters to hit me into the wind, and that's perhaps maybe a logical way of thinking, but good spinners love bowling into a strong breeze. They don't mind getting hit over the head, but they can beat you in the flight.
No, I'm a big believer in spinners bowling into the wind, always. Because just the vagaries of the wind, balls can dip, as you say, wobble in the flight. I remember, Alan Curry at Newlands every year against Western Province. Alan Curry was not a big turner of the ball at all, but he was a master of flight, and he used to bowl into the wind at Newlands, and every year would take 6, 7, 8 wickets and win the game for Transvaal.
Many years ago, I remember, I think it was Rodney Ontang who told me the story, because he played at Glamorgan with the great Bishan Bedi. And I was saying, it may have been him or somebody else, but I remember hearing the story and saying that Bishan was bowling mid-off up, mid-on up, everybody up, and toss one up, got hit over his head, over mid-off. Second one again got hit, and the captain walked to him and said, "Can I push mid-off back?" And he goes like, "Just, it's fine." And the next ball, same shot, chipped it straight to mid-off. And we say, "Oh, this is an uppercut. Very well played. Short in length." And he jumped on this one, didn't he? Very, very well played, Surya Bandra.
Well, he knew there was no one at third man, so he just had to make good enough contact. And he went hard and got the reward.
Yeah, have a look at this. This is a good angle we're getting. Okay, this is the one from Surya, but there we go. Nice uppercut, over point, 4 runs. Just playing the waiting game, nice and patient here, these batters. Partnership now 54. And they say Bishan Berry had a ball on a string, so if you as a batter tried to come down the wicket and try to hit him, he almost felt like this ball was, he was pulling the ball back. as you just felt you were there, he was pulling the ball back. That's what good spinners do. They don't mind getting hit at, but I think along with that goes good captains.
Yes.
Spinners need good captains because in order for spinners to be able to bowl well and really toss the ball up and lure batters into playing different strokes and getting wickets and buying wickets, you need captains who can buy into that type of thinking. If captains are just too defensive and every time a spinner gets hit for a boundary or two he gets taken off, then you're not really giving the spinner a chance to be himself.
And a lot of it is also being able to set the right field for the spinners. I mean, I think you do, especially early on in their spells, want to give them a little bit of protection so they can get into their work.
Short and pulled away. There's 2 men back. This is going to go straight down to Pangwana at fine leg. So it'll just be the single. So 2 shortish deliveries, which are both set up. One cut away over point, one pulled down to fine leg. 112 for 2.
Sri Lanka didn't linger too long on Nelson. They got off quickly for the superstitious. Neil Brunt.
Swanepoel is
Conversation, sorry, you're saying, with his bowler again.
short ball closes the over. He's a captain who enjoys, I've noticed, standing at mid-off and having chats with his bowler, and I like that. I think that's good because many captains enjoy being at slip, which is also good because you see a lot from slip. But if you are at slip, it's also important to keep having the conversations with bowlers so that you're always on the same page with regards to what's the field placing, what's the thinking, what do you want the batter to do, what is he expecting you to do. So all those type of things. It's really a mind game, isn't it? Cricket's very much like a game of chess. 55 partnership. What is the batter expecting you to bowl, and what do you...
There's always got to be a plan. There's always got to be a goal that you're bowling towards. Not just running up and putting the ball wherever, hoping for the best.
He's got good cover here, so Brian. From around the wicket, he persists. Good use to the feet. Knocked, attempted shot down to long on, but it's a wonderful bit of athletic feeling, diving to his right hand side.
I think it's the first time Udara has come down the wicket to the spinner, so just changing his thinking a bit.
Oh yeah.
This time it does get it down to long on, and he'll take the single.
Do you like this angle, the off spinner coming around the wicket to right-handers?
I do, although I don't like it when off spinner stays around the wicket for too long. I like change of angle all the time because it's a big change. I think batters get used to you bowling from one angle, whether it's over or round. I do like the round angle. I enjoy that because I think there's a little bit of turn. You're asking questions. You bring the sip into play. You're challenging both edges. But every now and then it's nice to come over, ask a different question. You can go back around again, and you just force the batter to keep changing his angles all the time. And with the wind, the breeze, the drift, the turn, all those things, there's so many things that can happen. A batter just misjudges something slightly, and a lapse in concentration is all you need. So I like batter to keep changing his angles. It's a neat little ball tucked away off his pads down towards the deep packet square leg.
Yeah, agree with you there. So it'll be interesting to see how long Sir Brian persists. It's been around the wicket for quite a long time now.
Because batters then, they get used to the angle, and you just got to sometimes ask a different question. And from over the wicket, ball may turn a little more, maybe the breeze may catch the ball halfway through, and this is neatly played again. I mean, the other thought is maybe get one of those feelers on the boundary, bring him up, especially if he's bowling a straighter line. Maybe get that deep mid-wicket up and challenge him to try and see if he can go over there, maybe force him to play a different stroke, a more aggressive stroke. At the moment it's pretty defensive, all wait and see, wait for the batter to make a mistake type of field that are being set at the moment. 116 for 2, 36 overs bowled.
Yeah, I do think 3 or 4 singles an over is not what the spinner wants. That's making life a bit too easy for the batters. You do want to try and get a guy stuck at one end. You can work on him a bit. So, as you were saying, maybe bring in another fielder if the singles are being accumulated a bit too easily. Luto Sapamla is back into the attack. Slightly downwind.
And he's just bowled the one spell, right? I think he opened the bowling from the same end,
Yes.
6 overs, 0 for 23. Did beat the outside edge a few times. But pace-wise, I think he struggled to get the ball through to the keeper quickly. He was, let's see how he goes now. It's an older ball, but he's got the wind behind him. So maybe pick up a bit of pace. It's a good start from him. Nice hard length into the surface. Punch off the back foot. He's still got a short, wide short cover position. One's solitary slip, backward point, cover, and mid off. And then mid on, mid wicket, fine leg.
It's a slowish pitch, so Sapamla is really going to have to be well controlled with his lines and lengths.
This one is neatly tucked away off his hip. So we head down to the deep square leg boundary. Pongwana does the fielding, 116 for 2. So here Bandra moves to 29, and Udara on 31 he moves to now. Udara on 57.
And the partnership is
61.
61 now, so these two have really done very well since the lunch break. Slight alteration to the field, perhaps. No, they've decided to keep it the way it was.
I think that mid-wicket may have moved a little squarer. Not by much, but he's just gone a touch squarer after that ball was played off his hip. Square the wicket. And then there's still the two catches in the cover. One normal short cover and one wideish, almost like a point.
Yeah, in a way it's a pity that the sun's not shining today, just to quicken up the pitch a bit. It would have been interesting to see Sri Lanka batting against a bit more pace and bounce.
It's definitely been quite slow. Beautiful action, Lutu Sipamla, and in foolish delivery this time. What is the deficit now? His partnership is 61.
216.
216. Well, both these batters are set now, so if they concentrate and work hard here and they get a couple of big knocks here, that's good. takes Sri Lanka into a position of great advantage. Just is neatly clipped away off his pad. It's a straightish delivery from Sipamla, and again they find the mid-wicket boundary. It's a strong area for the Sri Lankan batters. Anything into the pad too straight and too full, it's pretty much bread and butter for them, and very neatly played.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sipamla has bowled a couple of those this over. The first one went for 2. This one's gone all the way for 4, though. He does like to pitch the ball up as a seamer because I guess he's not express pace. But yeah, sometimes he just errs on 2-4, and it's bowling to a real area of strength of these two batsmen.
As you can see there from that side on view, he's also standing out of his crease. It's a shorter.
Where he is standing now, at a sort of second, third slip position.
It's a game of patience. I think when batters are in now, about seeing how you can wear them down, ask them different questions, test their concentration levels. A lot of these batters can, because they play on the subcontinent, pitches tend to be generally flat. So for seamers, there's not much seam lateral movement or bounce. So they are used to batting for long periods of time in extreme heat. So South Africa are going to have to work hard here to try and get a breakthrough, because these two batters are looking pretty resolute, I must say. 69 runs is the partnership between the two of them now. There's another wonderful delivery, just outside off stump, finding that outside edge. And if you're a batter now, Udara's thinking, defended that one, still managed to just straighten outside edge. If I try and drive that, maybe in trouble. So he's slightly cautious.
Yeah, it's an awkward length with the extra bounce that Mpongwana gets. Sir Brian taken off after 7 overs, though. Do you think that maybe the spinner deserved a bit of a longer spell to get into his work?
There's a good delivery. And again, he started off bowling in beautiful channel, off stump, for stump, asking questions, and this time not too far away from the outside edge, I must say. Have a look at this. A little poke. There we go. A little tentative push outside off stump, and the ball jags away. So he's been getting that. So to come back to your question about Sir Brian, I felt that before taking him off, perhaps maybe they should have tried one or two different things. I thought maybe get a short leg in there. Perhaps maybe bring the fielder, as I suggested early on. He had 3 out on the leg side. Bring one of them up. Allow the batter to see, okay, there's a gap there. Maybe I can play a slog sweep, or maybe use my feet, come down the wicket and hit one over the top. Try something different. They didn't. It was more just about Sir Brian settling in, bowling dots after dots after dots. And eventually I think the batters were knocking a few singles around, and it didn't look like there was defensive or attacking field. So you can play around with the two. And sometimes that's where the creativity in captaincy and bowlers start thinking a little out of the box. So there was no short leg in there. There wasn't a silly point in there, and they were defending comfortably. And so Brian's got a ball that leaves the right-hander. So you could have got a little gully in there, maybe brought the fielder, got him to try and play a reverse sweep. Almost force batters to try and play differently. That's what you need to do. If you can do that, you're creating chances.
And the mid-on, there's a fine leg, but no one else on the boundary on the leg side.
Does Neil Brunt not bowl some left-arm spin?
He does, yeah.
There's 2 right-handers batting. He may not be a bad option.
Yeah.
Also, he's got extra height.
Yeah.
So I think he may be an option as let's try something different. And also looking at the way Udara spoke about his stance, he's slightly open-chested. A left-arm spinner may be a nice little test for him.
And even later in the day, if things aren't going well, a bit of leg spin from Devop Brevis. He took 4 wickets.
There we go.
Against Sri Lanka in the last
There
ODI.
you go.
So
I think with the 2 right-handers, for me, the ball turning way could be, either one, Brunt, or maybe Brevis, asking a few different questions. Yeah, I would probably look at something like that. Lovely straight drive. Straight back to the bowler.
Good fielding by Sapamla. It was an athletic stop.
So now there has been a field change also, by the way, because one of the short covers has moved across to square leg. We noticed that. So they've got an extra man on the leg side, mid wicket, square leg, and mid on. So the leg side's covered, allows him to bowl a lot straighter. And I think this is a better field, particularly with the way the pitch is playing. There's no express space here from any of the bowlers, so this is a better field, definitely. And you can probably force or induce a mistake and error somewhere along the line. It makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, the catcher on the offside is still quite square though. I mean,
Very square.
I don't know, would you rather have him a bit straighter, more
I
for
would.
the drive?
I definitely would. I'd bring him a lot straighter, but it may be that maybe they've picked something up from the analyst. You know, sometimes they work with analysts, and the analyst may have picked up that a particular batter may be playing a lot square on the offside, and maybe that's the area that they feel they can get him out based on what the analyst has picked up. I don't know, but personally, without that information, I would definitely bring him on this side between cover and mid-off. For me, that's the area. Remember, I think a couple of overs ago, a ball popped up in there. Yeah, that's probably where I would have him.
I just wonder what he's there to catch. Is it a square drive? Is it a fend? Is it because of a ball getting big on him?
Yeah, let's see. The next one may go straight to him, and then we'll look like idiots.
Well, I was caught out very early in the day when I moaned about the conservative deep square leg.
Deep square leg. That always happens. That always happens.
Neil brunted it straight to him.
126 for 2, 39 overs bowled. Good over from Luto Sipamla. It's a maiden. Run rate is 3.2 to the over at the moment. It's a reasonable run rate. On one as well, 7 overs, 1 for 8. Brilliant economy rate. Picked up a wicket as well. And Luto Sipamla has bowled 8 overs, 0 for 33. Good last over. Now, it's just about patience. Kurt Maloney, what do you reckon? Sticking with the same field, I like. I think it's a good field to Pongwana, who's bowled good areas outside off stump. He hasn't given anything away. He's been so tight. And again, straight to the fielder.
He's been very attacking, and he's been so tight, and he's been very consistent in what the plan was, and very clear what the plan is. I mean, these 7 overs have gone for 8 runs, and those are 2 boundaries that went past the short third man that's in the circle. One was of the outside edge, and one was guided very nicely by Udara.
I think one was a misfield, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it was the Tolly that did the London Bridge over one.
Sri Lanka now trailed by 208 runs. Pongwana in, this one is straight. Again, straight to the backward square leg. So, well, if ever you want to see an example of somebody bowling to their field and doing what the captain's asking him to do, this is it.
It's a lovely area that he's bowling. He's very attacking, almost making sure that the batter plays every single delivery, which is the key. Even if he's a little bit full, they think they can go on the drive against him. He's such a tall bowler that he does get a little bit of extra bounce. And with the pitch still sticking a little bit, not coming through, makes it very hard to hit through the line. See, even that one, just hard hands, just pushing, just trying to pick the gaps. And this is what created his wicket, was the pressure that he's able to create. Was that big wicket? Pavan Rathanlianka. 15, called by Dewel Brevis, who is situated in that, what would you say, that's about a 2.5 slip there?
Yeah. 2.5, maybe third slip. And there's still the short point.
Even up here we can hear the oohs and the ahs. Munsami getting very animated as well behind the stumps.
Yeah, and I mean, on a pitch that is maybe firmer and where the ball comes through onto the bat, batters may be able to take that same delivery and maybe just hit through the line straight over the top. But because it's stopping a little, not coming through onto the bat, slightly slowish in nature, and it's just a little hesitant to at the moment try and take those good length balls and hit them over the top. We may see something like that happen sooner or later. Sometimes it's a good idea also as a batter, and I used to enjoy also sometimes using your feet to medium pace and quick bowlers. This is cut away, so slightly short in length, and it's beautifully cut away through the offside.
Poor Jean du Plessis nearly got himself taken with the ball to the boundary there. That was short, that was wide, and that was absolutely spanked. Look at the replay on this.
Yeah.
Bang.
Wow. He's got no chance, that fielder there. Ken asked the question earlier that it's an interesting field position, but what is he really there for? Because if the batter hits it there, very much doubt he's going to catch that. He's just too close to catch anything there. Unless the batter stops on it, it's an unusual type of... And the edge is probably going to fire a little bit to his left. But, well, you never know. In comes Pangwana again. Outside of stump, it's left alone. So, Lahiro Udara is looking like he's dropped anchor. And he's certainly batting with steadfastness and wants to... looks like he wants to bat all day. What's he on? 61 now.
Of 110, he's been there from the beginning of this innings for Sri Lanka.
Surya Bandra 39. Partnership is now with 73, looking ominous.
That's one of those things, and I said it before as well. It's one thing throughout the tour, the ODIs, and even in Kimberley that we saw is Sri Lanka's got a knack of putting partnerships together. They don't normally lose 3 or 4 wickets in a hurry. Normally a 20 or a 30 partnership, or a big partnership like this one. Got up to 73 already. Oh, Ludus Pamla just finding the inside part of the bat of Surya Bandara. And except for 1 or 2 deliveries, it's almost like the SA bowlers have got into their shell a little bit less attacking, almost gone defensive.
Almost waiting for an error, yeah. Yeah. We were talking about just before you came on here about the spinner, and when he was bowling that, should they have maybe tried different fields before taking him off, because he wasn't bowling too badly. It's just that everything looked pretty defensive. This is clipped away this time. He's a mid wicket in place, and the ball won't go past him. Nice bit of fielding. But when Subrian was bowling, I thought he bowled reasonably well. It's just that the fields were pretty defensive, and some stage maybe once he settled and found his rhythm and found his length, maybe they could have brought 1 or 2 more attacking fielders in, because you want to at some stage you want to start squeezing. That's where the great Shane Warne was so good. He was really good. Shane Warne was so good on the psychological side of the game, wasn't he? Like, he knew how to put pressure on batters. So yes, he would start with a defensive field, but at some stage he'd stop in the middle of maybe 6th over, in the middle of after ball 2, stop, call the captain, create a bit of drama, bring the guy from deep mid wicket, bring him in to get the helmet off the field, waste a bit of time, and create all sorts of questions in the batter's mind. And for me, that's where this game is now. And if you just play the waiting game, and these 2 guys who are batting so well now, they keep batting. Yes, I mean you can wear them down. That can work. So there is a game of chess going on. It's a bit of a patience game. Every chance they could make a mistake. As particularly spinners, captains, can you be a little more creative and try and think out of the box, try and ask a few questions? And you have that, I think, that liberty more on a pitch like this, more with spinners than you do with the quicks, because the quicks, there's really nothing much there you can do. But with the spinners, you have that liberty to maybe get a gully in there, get a short point, silly point, short square leg, and And where a batter is defending comfortably on the offside, suddenly bring a silly point, you force him to go back. And suddenly he misjudges one. So, you know, that's where I think South Africa can try and be a little more creative.
Yeah, it's almost like we have our game plan, and that's what we're bowling to. Is not no one thinking outside the box. We were all very surprised in that last ODI when Devil Brevis was given the ball and was going for a lot of runs, and all of a sudden picked up a wicket, and then bowled his 10 in a trot. Someone like Neil Brandt is a left-arm off-spinner, taking it away from the right-handers. All of a sudden, that man at that short point starts making sense because it's on the drive, might just get the outside part of the bat. So I feel Neil Brandt is could be the ace in the hole.
It could be a good option. Absolutely right. Sapamla. This is straight, clipped off the pad. It's going to be 4 runs. This is just becoming a little easy now for these two Sri Lankan batters. Surya Bandra, that's a lovely clip off his pads. And 4 more. So total moves up to 134 for 2, 41 overs bowled.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you wanted to close the over off well, and then just straying onto the pads, and just look at that lovely flick of the wrists. And it's 4 runs on this pretty quick outfield. I think you're going to haul that one in. You can now see Big Michael Pretorius just having a bit of a chat to the batters there. As I always say, you know, fast bowlers always concerned about your family. You know, how they're doing, and how's the dog and the cat and the mom and the sister. Just maybe polite inquiries.
Yeah, it's concern. That's
All
good.
concern.
Especially when the fast bowler's getting nothing out of the pitch. And he becomes even more concerned about your family.
Yeah. About your well-being.
About your well. What's going on now? Something's happened. Let's see. So there's been
The umpires are just walking to the middle. Just having a bit of a chat. We see the
light
match
meter.
official coming out. It looks like he's got something in his hand. It could be the light meter.
Or is it the ball? Maybe the ball. No, that's not a. There's no spare balls. Only they come with the box of spare balls.
That is the light meter in
it's
his
the light-
hand.
Well, it is gloomy, but I'm not sure if it's gloomier than it's been for the past 2 hours. I don't know. But we are a bit of a distance away. We're up. We've got a bit of, actually, we don't have light here where we are, but
It's funny that they stopped him almost in his run-up.
yeah, and there's no real pace, you know. Like it's not like you've got an express 150 kilometer per hour fast bowler running in. So I don't think anybody's in any danger.
And they didn't go off yesterday for light, so there's no reading as of yet. I know we went off for light yesterday, but could it be darker than it was yesterday afternoon? That's always the question. Once you've gone off for light,
So that was the precedent that was probably set yesterday, because when they went on off yesterday, they would have made a mark of the reading, recorded that reading, and if it goes below that or reaches that same reading, then that's your precedent set for the match. So I'm a little surprised, I must say, that they're going off the field. There's absolutely no danger. The batters are looking comfortable. This does confuse me a little, I must say, but nonetheless, umpires, they make the final call out there, and the fielders will now slowly walk off the pitch.
yeah, and I think the fast bowlers will appreciate a bit of a rest. And the batters will also have something to drink. Maybe in a situation where they'll take an early tea.
I was about to say, I think tea is probably 10 minutes away, so they probably will take an early tea and see, and hopefully the clouds open up a little and gets a little brighter, and they can maybe come on again without losing too much time.
Yeah, also we'll just have to hear from the playing conditions if they are allowed to switch on the lights. Maybe also take them off and say, let's put on the lights. Just give them a time. It takes about a half an hour to warm up and really illuminate. the field. But a quick run through of what has happened today. We started off today with a Neil Brandt, who was at the crease, and he was looking solid on 129 until he hooked a delivery to backward square, very uncharacteristically, and almost thrown his wicket away. And then we lost a cluster of wickets, got bowled out. 4 wickets, went for 18 runs this morning. And this is the reply of Sri Lanka A, as you see on your screen there, with Udara and Surya Bandara at the crease, 61 of 110, and Surya Bandara 43 of 73. And those 2 wickets, very timely for South Africa A.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, Fernando was looking good as well, but then he got caught at point. The bowling of Swanepoel, and then Ratnaika bowling of Mpangwana, who bowled quite beautifully today. Probably been the pick of the bowlers, hasn't given anything away. Have a look at that Conima rate on the right hand side, 1.5, 8 overs, 1 for 12. Just asked a lot of questions, beat the outside edge a few times, but given absolutely nothing away. But apart from that, I don't think, apart from Mpangwana, I don't think the pace bowlers have looked very threatening. Neither did Sir Brian, the spinner who bowled today. So there hasn't been really too much threat from the South African attack so far. And which comes back to your early point that perhaps maybe try something a little different. Maybe a Neil Brandt, a Previs, try something different and see how it goes. And now's really the time, because you don't want the partnership to go to 100, 150. They start getting closer or beyond the total, then it becomes, then every run you got to score. It becomes every run. If they get close or past the total, then every run is worth 2 runs, because then you got to come back and start chasing those runs. So now's maybe a good time, while you still got a bit of a lead, to try whatever you want to try.
And that lead is still quite a big lead, still 200 runs in the bank that you have to play with. So all for bad light. There's a summary of South Africa A and Sri Lanka A. Neil Brandt top scoring with 129, and we just got a call that they've taken an early tea, so we're going to have a bit of a tea break ourselves. Join us again in about 15-20 minutes time for an update on where we are with this match. 200 runs still the lead for SAA versus Sri Lanka right here in Benoni at Willowmoore Park.